Chapter 90. The Victoria Hotel was a 43-story, high-class hotel. It had chain branches in all the major cities of the Six Nations. The owner behind it was the Darknet, and it only accepted members of the Darknet. For ordinary people, they would say that the rooms were full. It was a safe house and also a trading hall for people from all walks of life. Violence was not allowed here, and violators would be hunted down endlessly. After getting the certificate, Han Xiao came to Hotel Victoria. The interior was very elegant, with classic wooden furniture and a bar counter. The color was dark brown and had a glossy luster. A peaceful atmosphere floated in every corner. Han Xiao came to the front desk and showed the gold coin of the Blood Pact Society. A waiter brought Han Xiao to the 23rd floor. The 22nd, 23rd, and 24th floors were the areas of the Blood Pact Society. The 23rd floor was the resting hall and trading hall of the assassins. Here, they accepted employment, received remuneration, and so on. There were also many entertainment facilities, such as bars, cafes, and restaurants. After handing the gold coin to the front desk on the 23rd floor, a white-gloved waiter came to receive Han Xiao. The two of them sat in a semi-private booth. The waiter took a black leather notebook and recorded the information of the new member with a fountain pen. "Please give me a code name." Han Xiao thought about it and decided to come up with a coquettish name. It might be beneficial for his legend rating. Red Empire Apostle Level Observer in Colton Star Cluster number 9527. The waiter did not understand. The list of killers was filled with code names like Silver Fox, Magic Snake, and Ghost. These unconventional, late-stage Chinibu code names would definitely make the employer's eyes light up, making people feel excited just by looking at them. But the list was too long. "Can you shorten the length a little?" The waiter coughed. He had only heard of names that were too short, but he had never heard of names that were too long. Han Xiao thought about it and said black. The waiter was speechless. That was too short. One-word code names were allowed, but the code names of this color series had already been taken. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple were basically all dead assassins of the previous generation. The organization would not remove their code names. Han Xiao smacked his lips. No matter where he was, naming was a troublesome matter. He thought about it and said, "Mr. Black then." "Mr. Black." "Okay, that's normal." The waiter quickly recorded it down. "You're now a reserve-level killer with a blank resume. You can only be promoted to Scorpion level after completing a mission. The employer will choose from the list of killers. If someone chooses you, we will contact you, or you can accept public commissions and bounties. Of course, you can also accept private jobs. The union doesn't have any rigid requirements for contract killers, but we will take 5% of the bounty as an intermediary fee. If you have any questions in the future, you can call the front desk of Hotel Victoria to ask." Very reasonable. Han Xiao nodded. He joined the Blood Pact Society for two reasons. First, it was for the high bounties accumulated by the Darknet. He knew that each of these bounties could trigger an assassination mission with rich rewards. The second goal was that as long as one was ranked in the top 10 of the Darknet's assassin rankings, one would be able to obtain one regional legendary point. There were only slightly more than 3 months left before the open beta. He wanted to make use of the remaining time to accumulate a large amount of capital. These are all bounty missions. The attendant took out the tablet, opened the bounty page of the Darknet, and handed it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao saw the most popular germinal organization bounty at first glance. The target was him. 0, regardless of life or death. Bounty of 5 million. Coordinates, Star Dragon West Capital. Good luck. If he returned to the West Capital, he would have had his hands tied. Luckily, he had escaped. Han Xiaoxin laughed secretly. He wondered how long it would take for the germinal organization to realize that they had wasted their efforts. His bounty was the most popular one during this period. The German organization was after his life, but his bounty was not the highest. Some of the accumulated bounties were even higher, with some being in the tens of millions. They were almost impossible to complete. For example, there was a bounty to steal the most confidential information of a certain country. According to the strict security of Division 13's underground mainframe, the success rate of this mission was less than 1 in 1,000, and the death rate was as high as 99%. No one would do it. He glanced at the bounties below and took a fancy to a mission. The bounty target was an entire mercenary group called Rose Militant, which was active in the Samar Desert of the southern continent. The southern continent was where Star Dragon Hesla was located. It was also known as the southern continent. It was vast and had a hot climate. Opposite it were the northern continent, the western continent, and the Andrea continent, which was located in the middle of the three continents. This mission was chosen because it was closer to the southern continent. Han Xiao was about to accept when the waiter suddenly paused. He took out another computer and looked at it. "Mr. Black, there's a request for you." Han Xiao was surprised. The information had only been uploaded to the hitman list for 5 minutes, and there was already a business? "Your business is so good." Han Xiao sighed. The waiter was also confused. "This is a special case. What is the request?" "The client wants to talk to you personally." The waiter looked at the computer and said, "He will be here in about 10 minutes. Take a seat first." Han Xiao did not object. After waiting for 10 minutes, a middle-aged man walked over quickly. His hair was white, and he looked prematurely old. However, there was a melancholy expression on his face. He walked into the hall, looked around, and came in front of Han Xiao. "I am Changshan Shui," he said in a low voice. Before accepting a mission, one could not reveal the target's real name. They could only ask for basic information. Han Xiao asked, "How much is your reward?" "The enemy's defense force and location?" 12 to 20 bodyguards in Chinfeng City. "The reward is 100,000. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Only 100,000? This price was not enough to hire a hitman." Chung Shanshui nodded nervously. When other hitmen heard about his reward, they immediately rejected it. He was trying his luck to find a new hitman because he did not have enough money. That was why he found Han Xiao. "I accept." Han Xiao nodded. Chung Shanshui was overjoyed. He took out a stack of documents from his bag, placed it on the table, and slid it in front of Han Xiao. Yu Yuzhu, location in Chinfeng City. Yu Yuzhu was a mafia figure in Hesla. He always had 12 to 16 bodyguards with him. These bodyguards were all retired scouts. Not long ago, he expanded his influence to Chinfeng City. Chung Shanshui was a local mafia leader in Chinfeng City. He could not resist Yu Yuzhu's invasion, and his influence fell apart. He was alone, so he decided to hire a hitman for revenge. Han Xiao finished reading the documents and signed the contract. A notification popped up on the interface. "You have triggered level emission, assassination request, Changshan Shui." Han Xiao already knew the mission requirements. He looked directly at the reward. It was not much, only 25,000 experience. "I'm leaving." Han Xiao stood up and turned to leave. Chung Shanshui hurriedly stopped Han Xiao and asked, "How long will it take you to complete the mission?" Han Xiao paused and turned to look out of the window. It was noon. He said, "You haven't had lunch yet, right?" Chung Shanshui was stunned. He did not understand what Han Xiao meant. Han Xiao looked back at him and said calmly, "He will be dead by the time you finish eating." Chung Shanshui's heart skipped a beat. In his impression, when an assassin wanted to assassinate a target, they had to do some preparation, such as gathering information, planning an escape route, and so on. Was this Mr. Black arrogant or strong? The open beta will not be too far away. Just look at the title of this book. P.S. I recommend a good book called The Gaze in the Oasis. Just kidding. The book is called Oasis Lord. It's about writing and hacking, and it's also on the gaming channel. It's very good. As a village robber in Cardia for 3 years, I'm also reading this book. The author, Old Zhao, once wrote a pirate flag PY novel. Oasis Lord will be published at noon today. You guys can go and support it. Chapter 91. Mr. Chung, we meet again. Chung Shanshui, who was anxiously waiting for the result, heard someone greet him. He looked up and saw a man standing in front of him. It was a hitman who had rejected a mission. His codename was Larson, and he was an official Scorpion-level hitman. "Ah, it's you. What's the matter?" Larson said calmly, "I'm free recently. I can accept your mission." Chung Shanshui's eyes lit up, then dimmed. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, but my mission has been taken by someone else." Once a contract was established, it could not be changed. This was the rule of the Blood Pact Society. Hearing this, Larson was slightly disappointed. He was from Maple. This time, he came to Hesla to visit a friend and travel. He did not want to do any missions. When Chung Shanshui came to him, Larson saw that the reward was too little and rejected it. However, after a few days of idling, Larson was itching to do some simple missions. He immediately remembered that he had rejected Chung Shanshui, so he came to look for him. He did not expect that in just one day, someone else would beat him to it. Although Larson was depressed, he knew that he could not break the rules. He had no choice but to walk away and order a drink. After 2 sips, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID. It was one of his old clients, Yu Zhu. "Hello, Larson." A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me. What's the matter, Mr. Yu?" Larson said casually. "I have a mission for you." Larson's eyes lit up. "Tell me about it. I want you to help me get rid of a person." "Who?" "I've sent the information to you." This was a private mission, so it would not be confidential. Larson took out his tablet and looked at Chung Shanshui. That was the target of the mission. "What do you think?" Yu Zhu asked. The sound of a group of people coming down the stairs came from the phone. "I'll take it," Larson said calmly. "Okay, I'll ask someone to transfer the advance payment to bang." Suddenly, the sound of someone falling to the ground could be heard from the other end of the line, followed by the faint sound of a gunshot. Larson's body stiffened. He could tell that it was the sound of a sniper rifle, followed by a group of panicked people shouting. Yu Zhu did not speak again, and Larson immediately understood that Yu Zhu had been killed. He only fired 1 shot and killed more than a dozen bodyguards. What a powerful sniper. Larson's expression froze as he figured out the crux of the matter. Most likely, Chung Shanshui's request was to assassinate Yu Zhu, and both sides were enemies. Chung Shanshui is waiting for someone. We'll see who the killer is in a while. Larson's eyes flashed. Through the information provided by Chung Shanshui, Han Xiao found a tall building a few hundred meters away from Yu Zhu's stronghold and aimed from above. Initially, he wanted to snipe Yu Zhu from the window. But when he saw Yu Zhu walking out of the door, it was more convenient for him to take action. Yu Zhu had more than a dozen bodyguards surrounding him, but to Han Xiao, they were nothing. The shuttle-shaped penetrating bullet that he had just created was extremely powerful against non-metallic targets. The bullet pierced through the body of a bodyguard and accurately hit Yu Zhu's heart. It was a fatal shot. Assassinating an ordinary person was too easy for him. There were no unexpected twists and turns, which made him very disappointed. The commotion here would attract the police. Han Xiao had already used the face simulator to change his appearance and slipped away easily. No one would be able to track him down afterwards. It was simply a godly escape tool. When he returned to the 23rd floor of Hotel Victoria, the restless Chung Shanshui immediately stood up with a nervous expression. "It's done." Chung Shanshui relaxed and looked at his watch subconsciously. From the time Han Xiao left until now, it had only been 45 minutes. Excluding the travel time, the actual killing took less than 10 minutes. Too fast. Pay up. Okay. Chung Shanshui was in awe. He took out a briefcase with 100,000 yuan and passed it to Han Xiao. Assassination request, Chung Shanshui, completed. You have received 25,000 EXP. Chung Shanshui left with light footsteps, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Han Xiao pressed the bell on the table and called the waiter. He was about to continue accepting the bounty from Rose Militant when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around. "Is someone looking at me?" Beside the bar counter, a man was sizing him up. Han Xiao did not know who this man was, but it was obvious that he was looking at him with a hint of provocation. Han Xiao squinted his eyes. He had no scruples now, and he did not want to be looked at with hostility. Hence, he gathered his momentum and threw a cold stare at the man, conveying a simple message that could be used anywhere in the world. "What are you looking at?" Larson's body stiffened. He felt that he was being targeted by a terrifying hostility. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He quickly retracted his gaze, and the sense of danger suddenly disappeared. In just a few seconds, cold sweat appeared on Larson's forehead. What a dangerous aura. This guy is not to be messed with. Larson quickly dispelled some of his thoughts. He quickly paid the bill and left. He did not want to stay a moment longer. We meet again. Han Xiao smiled at the waiter. This was the first time the waiter had seen a new member become an official member so quickly. He was shocked and said, "You have officially become a Scorpion-level assassin. You will be able to receive higher treatment. You will be able to receive basic VIP treatment in the Victoria Hotel in other cities." Han Xiao suddenly asked, "What is my ranking on the Dark Net Assassin list?" The waiter said helplessly, "Only the most powerful assassins can be ranked at the top of the list. Your current ranking is at least in the top 1,000. As he said that, he turned on his PDA and showed the list to Han Xiao. After glancing at it, Han Xiao nodded silently. At this time, the top 10 assassins on the list were around level 40 on average. Their strength was not considered top-notch. Only the top 3 assassins were more terrifying. Their level was close to the upper limit of version 1.0. The assassin list looked at mission resumes and achievements. For players, they had to complete missions to be ranked on the list. There was also the mercenary list next door. It was the same principle. Blue Star's combat level was not high. During the early days of the open beta, it was difficult for players to meet an expert above level 40. Those level 50 and level 60 experts were the top combat power of Blue Star. They were basically leaders of large forces, hidden secret weapons, reclusive loners, or criminals who committed crimes. Normally, they would not appear in front of the public or players, forming another circle of experts. Only by completing missions or becoming stronger would one have the chance to meet them. These thoughts flashed past his mind. Han Xiao opened the bounty list and pointed at one of the bounties. He said, "I would like to accept the bounty from Rose Militant." "Okay, the commission is being processed. Please wait a moment." The waiter wrote on the paper and tore off the page. He rolled it up and put it into a special metal cylinder. He went behind the counter and inserted the cylinder into a circular metal pipe. The opening of the pipe fit perfectly with the diameter of the cylinder. With a puff, the cylinder was sucked into the pipe. The cylinder traveled through the pipe at high speed. It passed through many junctions and flashed past other cylinders. Not long after, the cylinder reached a new exit. This was a spacious room, and the layout was similar to a customer service telephone reception room. There were rows of tables, and each table had a few computers. The office staff sat in front of the computers to process documents, and there was a cylindrical tube beside the table. An office worker in black pulled out a slip of paper from the cylinder. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and he quickly entered the contents on the computer. Bounty target, Rose Militant Armed Organization, requirement, eliminate the target. Initiator, Rothschild family, location, Samar Desert, initiator date, November 17th, 685, bounty amount, 3 million aquamarine dollars, difficulty level, difficult mission record, 685. 11/27, alias, Hall Dark, killed, 685. 12/11, alias, Bloodhand, Dark, killed, 686. 3/10, alias, Demonic Flower, Dark, Freeman, Dark, killed. Mission update. Rose Militant has 80 to 120 members. There are 4 superhumans. Leader Luo Qing, Esper. Instructor Dorothy, pugilist. Instructor Ghost Fox, pugilist. Unknown, suspected to be a mechanic. Active area in Samar Desert. Authorizing approved. Mission record updated. 688-4-1, alias, Mr. Black, Scorpion, result pending record. At the same time, Han Xiao triggered a new mission. You have triggered the C-rank mission, Bounty Hunter, Rose Militant. Mission tip. There are many forces in the Samar Desert, including wanderer settlements and armed mercenary groups. Why would such a desolate area attract so many forces? Maybe it has something to do with the past. Maybe you should explore it. Mission requirement. Destroy Rose Militant. Time limit. 15 days mission reward. 150,000 EXP. Chapter 92. I need to use your military transport aircraft. Han Xiao spoke to Antonio in the Fabian Company's base. Antonio was slightly shocked. We only use the military transport aircraft for large transactions. Even if you're a Black Gold VIP, you still have to pay the corresponding fees. I know. All right. How many people do you want to transport, and when do you leave? Just me. Immediately. Antonio's chubby face trembled. He was speechless for a long time before he finally said, "What a waste." The military transport aircraft would take about a day to reach the destination. The aircraft was equipped with a simple workshop. Han Xiao could also use the machines on the military transport aircraft to gain experience. He did not have to waste time on the journey. Are you sure the fee is 50,000 yuan per trip? Han Xiao took out a stack of cash from his briefcase and threw it on the table. When do you board the plane? In an hour. Fabian Company had rented a long-term takeoff runway at Chunfeng City's airport. A few large dark green transport aircraft were parked at the platform. Han Xiao brought the equipment and materials onto one of the aircraft. Soon, he could feel the structure of the aircraft vibrating. The aircraft began to accelerate and soar into the sky. Once the stratosphere stabilized, he could start to build the machines. The scorching sun shone on the boundless desert. The yellow sand was heated to the point where it was unbearable for the human body. More than 20 people staggered as they trudged through the desert. They were wearing tattered gray robes that had not been washed for a long time. They were emitting a foul smell. Sweat had soaked their clothes and made them stick to their bodies. Their lips were dry and cracked. Their eye sockets were sunken, and their faces were full of fatigue. They were swaying as if they were going to fall at any time. The horses they were leading were also thin and sickly. They used to be an oasis country in the Samar Desert. They lived a prosperous and healthy life. After the war broke out, the country was destroyed. The oasis was destroyed by guns and cannons and assimilated with the surrounding desert. This group of people in ragged clothes was once the people of this country. There was a legend in the Old Kingdom. It was said that in the depths of the Samar Desert, there were relics of another civilization from millions of years ago. They preserved a treasure that could control the desert. During the war decades ago, there was an abnormal change in the Samar Desert. The sand was like an ocean current, forming a huge whirlpool that swept across the desert. It swam continuously, as if it was controlled by someone. After 7 days, it automatically disappeared. The evidence and documents disappeared with the destruction of the oasis country. Some of the survivors of the old country firmly believed in this legend and wanted to obtain this legendary treasure. They pinned their hopes of reviving their country on the legend and have been searching for it for many years. Pilgrims, this was the nickname given by the wanderers near the Samar Desert to the remnants of the old country. These 20 or so people were the last pilgrims. The Felonia ruins, the power of magic, it definitely exists. The oldest pilgrim mumbled to himself. In the Samar Desert, a convoy returned to the heavily guarded fortress. Dorothy, is there still no harvest this time? Rose Militant's leader, Luo Qing, asked with a cold expression. This time, the search area is E4, E5, and D4. There is still no trace of Felonia. Dorothy replied in a muffled voice. Dorothy answered in a muffled voice. She was a strong black woman, and a centipede-like scar made her face look horrible. Her arms, which were exposed outside of her tactical vest, were strong and muscular. There were tattoos on them, but they were covered by her skin color. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see them. No one would know the meaning of the tattoos. Rose Militant was an armed mercenary organization. All of them were women. Their base was located in the depths of the Samar Desert, and they searched for Felonia all year round. Rose Militant had 2 instructors. The other instructor, Ghostly Fox, was a slender white woman. She was an expert assassin. During this search, we exchanged fire with Gatton's people. Winley and Cece are dead. Almost all of the returning female mercenaries were injured. There were many bullet holes in their bulletproof vests, and the ceramic lining inside was shattered. Luo Qing's eyes turned cold. Be careful in the next search. The Rothschild family, the sponsor Gatton's group, has been trying to get rid of us. Every armed group in the Samar Desert had their own sponsors. They were stationed in the desert in order to find Felonia. There would be a small battle every 3 days and a big battle every 5 days. The mercenaries who could survive in the desert had at least 10 lives on their hands. They were all ruthless people who lived on the edge of their blades. Han Xiao felt the plane shake, and a strong force pressed him against his seat. After a while, it finally stopped. "We have landed." The pilot's voice came from the broadcast. Han Xiao carried his luggage and walked out of the plane. The hot and humid air hit his face. The landing site was a medium-sized warehouse surrounded by barbed wire. Many armed men were patrolling the area. This was the base of Fabian Group in the Samar Desert. Fabian Group was a global arms company, so they had bases in every region to facilitate logistics. After all, the express delivery companies here did not send weapons. "Welcome to the Samar Desert." Antonio also walked out of the plane. His fat body stretched his white shirt, and the outline of his body could be seen clearly. It was no different from a topless man. "Why did you follow me here?" The person in charge of the Samar Desert was involved in a fight some time ago. That unlucky guy's skull was blown off by a stray bullet. So, I came here to arrange some matters. Coincidentally, I haven't been traveling for a while. Han Xiao nodded and did not hesitate. "I need information on the distribution of forces in the Samar Desert and a map of the coordinates. I also need to borrow a desert off-road vehicle. I'll get someone to arrange it for you." The Samar Desert was huge. It would take a person 10 days to drive an off-road vehicle across the desert without any rest or deviation. Because of the desert environment, it was difficult to determine one's direction. Thus, only radar could be used as a map. Many armed groups were stationed in the Samar Desert. Han Xiao did not understand why people gathered in this barren land to fight for their lives. To find Felonia. What is that? Han Xiao was curious. He had no impression of this name. It was obviously a hidden mission that no one had triggered in his previous life. Antonio laughed and said, "I don't know either." Han Xiao could see that Antonio was evading the question. He raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. He picked up his equipment and got into the vehicle. He was going to investigate the base of Rose Militant. "I wish you all the best." Antonio waved his hand lazily. The barbed wire gate opened, and Han Xiao drove the off-road vehicle out. With the help of the radar, Han Xiao arrived at the base of the Rose Militant within a few hours. He observed the base through a telescope. The base of Rose Militant was a small fortress with tight security. It had a concrete outer wall and barbed wire. There was only one entrance and exit. There were sentry towers built inside, and there were always lookouts watching the surroundings. The view was excellent, and there was also a high-powered searchlight that would be turned on at night. Han Xiao concluded that it was impossible to sneak in unless one could escape into the sand. Moreover, Rose Militant was a group of women with big breasts and perky buttocks. His buttocks were perky, but he could not squeeze out his breasts. Even with the face simulator, he could not hide it. The infiltration plan was GG. Han Xiao looked at the numerous howitzers and dozens of heavy machine guns on the sentry tower. He also looked at the sturdy concrete outer wall. Well, the direct attack plan was also GG. I can only lure the snake out of its hole. I have to use traps and create something new. Han Xiao retreated quietly. He returned to Fabian's base and borrowed Antonio's workshop. He still had 7 potential points. He raised basic electromagnetic theory to level 4 and basic wide area sensing to level 3. He spent a total of 4 potential points. Chapter 93. Fusion successful. You have developed electromagnetic scanning tactical goggles. Oh, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This was not what he wanted, but it was useful for snipers. It was more accurate than thermal imaging and could scan the interior of a building through walls. If it was used on a scope, it would be very accurate to shoot through walls. One more time. This time, you have used 30,000 experience. Fusion successful. You have developed electromagnetic pulse jammer. This is it. Han Xiao nodded. There were many blueprints for this combination, and the electromagnetic pulse jammer was a very common blueprint. The probability of it being dropped was very high. Other than the electromagnetic pulse jammer, there were several blueprints that could meet his requirements. He had originally prepared the experience for the third fusion, but this saved him a lot of experience. Electromagnetic pulse jammer. This thing was famous. It was EMP. There was no shortage of vehicles in the desert. As a sniper, distance was the key. An anti-vehicle jammer was indispensable. Right, he still lacked some high-power bombs, mines, and traps. Touching his chin, Han Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a new idea. This time, I don't seem to need fusion. I could try to create it myself. In the past, the players had limited use of the self-creation function. However, he could truly understand the knowledge and combine it with the principles of other blueprints to create new blueprints. He could use his own knowledge to supplement the various details of the concept. Through the self-creation function, he could skip the long research and development process. Perhaps he could even research some powerful blueprints in advance. The core principle of high explosive ammunition was a very flammable gas. If this gas was compressed into a larger container, the power would also increase. It would not be inferior to a fragmentation mine. Since he wanted to make explosive mines, he needed to add gunpowder and bullets. Thus, he had to consider the ignition method of the sealed high-explosive gas. Han Zhao thought about it and decided to divide the interior of the bomb. The high-explosive gas and inert gas would be neutralized and sealed in one layer. He would leave a mechanism that would be arranged as a delay trigger. When the time was up, it would automatically open. When the gas leaked into the gunpowder, it would directly ignite and explode. However, since he was going to create it himself, Han Zhao felt that he might as well add in the power of the finished product and add the principle of the Haim bomb. Let's do it. Han Zhao quickly perfected his thought process and began to manufacture it. Self-created machines had to be completed first before the success of the self-created machines could be determined. Since the players had to set up the concept route, put in the materials and parts, choose the tools, and then start the loading bar, the success rate was completely dependent on luck. On the other hand, Han Zhao was personally involved in all aspects of the manufacturing process and could make minor adjustments at any stage. The success rate was on a completely different level. Soon, a metal disc-shaped mine with a diameter of about 30 centimeters was created. He opened the interface and activated the self-created judgment. Determining blueprint creation, judgment failed. It actually failed. Han Zhao frowned slightly. Failure of judgment must be due to the machine not being able to achieve the desired effect, or if there was an obvious flaw. He found a place to test the power of the first product and found that there was a problem with the ignition of the high flammable gas, gunpowder shrapnel, and poison gas. It exploded, but the power was not as expected, so he had to modify it again. It was very difficult to control the gas. Even the slightest mistake had to be redone, and the machinery had to be perfected again and again. The testing ground of the Fabian organization's stronghold, which was used to test the power of the weapons, was charred black and filled with poisonous gas. Even he had no choice but to retreat, or else his health would continue to drop. Finally, after the 13th failure, a heavenly notification sound came from the interface. Judgment successful. You have created your own blueprint. The blueprint of a new type of bomb appeared in his mind, and the interface automatically recorded all the principles behind it. Han Zhao looked at the effect and muttered, "Then let's call it the high flammable poison time delay bomb. It's too boring. Let's call it the poison deflagration bomb." Naming successful. You have received the blueprint, poison deflagration bomb. Once the blueprint was recognized by the interface, it became a skill. The level of the blueprint could be increased through experience, and the parameters could be clearly understood. With the reference of the template, the production speed would be much faster. Just as I thought, the function of the self-created blueprint is suitable for my situation. There is a huge potential to be discovered. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. The next step is to create a sufficient number of bombs. It was nighttime. Han Zhao drove to an empty area, where he set off a row of fireworks and set them off with a delay. After that, He went to the route that Rose Militant had to take to reach this area. He set up traps, planted jammers, and planted poison deflagration bombs. How could he be sure that this was the only route? Have you ever heard of the shortest line between 2 points? Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that the enemy would take a detour. Even if that happened, he would not lose anything. At most, he would not be able to ambush them. The EMP jammer was a cylindrical device with a base. Han Xiao had created a portable model. It was about 1 meter tall and had a radiation radius of 300 meters. It emitted high-frequency electromagnetic signals that interfered with precision instruments and electronic components. Its targets included communication devices, electronic control devices, and detection radars. It was very effective against vehicles. It could affect the electronic control system of the vehicle, such as sensors and controllers, and cause the vehicle to malfunction. Although Han Xiao did not think that Rose Militant's vehicle was anti-EMP, he adjusted the jammer's power to a very high level for safety reasons. This way, if the vehicle was not covered with anti-EMP metal, it would be hit by the jammer even if there was a small gap. The price was that the jammer's energy consumption was very high. A high-energy battery that cost $2,000 would be depleted in 10 seconds. However, it did not matter much. The jammer did not need to continuously release EMP. As long as the first wave of attack was completed, the effect would be the same. After setting up the trap, he parked the off-road vehicle behind a sand dune, about 400 meters away from the trap. Then, he quietly crouched on the ground and aimed with the Red Falcon like a patient hunter. The temperature of the desert at night dropped drastically. The cold wind blew the sand and dust. Han Xiao wrapped himself in a high-collared windbreaker and thick leather gloves to prevent the cold from affecting his accuracy. Boom! Dozens of fireworks shot into the sky from the preset area. They were extremely eye-catching in the night sky. Even from a dozen kilometers away, they could be seen clearly. Something's happening. In the base of Rose Militant, the lookout saw the fireworks and quickly reported it to Luo Qing. Luo Qing quickly ordered, "Dorothy, bring some men to check it out. Be careful of the other armed groups. If they are attacked, send out a distress signal immediately." Dorothy nodded and selected 20 mercenaries. They quickly put on their tactical suits and filled their pockets with various magazines and grenades. Then, they boarded 4 off-road vehicles and left. In the base of Kutun Mercenary Organization, Kutun also saw the fireworks. He coldly said, "Send someone to check it out. There might be a fight. Bring everyone." Armed off-road vehicles drove out of Kutun's base one after another. The same scene was happening in the other bases of the other forces that could see the fireworks. The off-road vehicles of Rose Militant sped forward. The tires kicked up sand and left a long trail behind them. "Instructor Dorothy, do you think that this is a sign that Felonia is about to appear?" A female mercenary asked. Dorothy looked ferocious. When she pursed her lips, she looked like a black tiger that was about to devour its prey. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She coldly snorted and said, "Humph, if Felonia was so easy to find, we wouldn't have wasted 2 years here. This time, I think someone is messing with us. Everyone be on high alert. Maybe it's another trap set by Kutun." Virum. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange electric current sounded in the air. Dorothy's superhuman senses detected a special wave spreading from not far away. At the same time, the dashboards of the vehicles crackled with sparks. The 4 off-road vehicles suddenly lost control and crashed into each other like drunkards. No matter how hard the drivers stepped on the accelerator, they could not move. Enemy attack. Dorothy was shocked. She looked around cautiously. Would it paralyze their vehicles? Could it be an EMP? The mercenaries hurriedly looked around. All they could see was the yellow sand under the night sky. There was nothing unusual. The desert was vast and empty. The starry river could be seen in the night sky. A bleak night breeze blew past. The group of Rose Militant mercenaries felt goosebumps on their arms. It was as if a huge hand was choking them. The pressure was suffocating. Bam! One of the Rose Militant mercenaries was sent flying by the huge force. She landed on the yellow sand with a loud thud and no longer made sound. There was a bloody hole in her chest. There's a sniper. Hide behind the car. Dorothy was shocked and angry. She hurriedly asked her teammates to hide behind the car. She then took out a distress flare and shot it into the sky. The white light illuminated the night sky. The mercenaries of Rose Militant were slightly relieved. The base was very close. As long as they could hold on for 15 minutes, reinforcements would arrive. Han Xiao, who was lying on the sand dune, looked up at the distress flare. He clicked his tongue and said, "So this is a cloud-piercing arrow that can summon thousands of soldiers?" The picture is the picture of clothes. He changed to a high-explosive cartridge and shot at the location where the burning poison grenades were buried. The bullet landed and ignited a flame, burning the burning poison grenades that were buried under the sand. Boom! With a loud bang, a sea of fire surged up. The other mines that Han Xiao had buried triggered a chain reaction. They exploded one after another. The flames engulfed 4 vehicles and mixed with a thick poisonous gas. The interface was filled with the continuous damage of poison and burning. The Haim bullet was a type of poisonous gas bullet. It was also known as the Haim bullet of justice. Its principle was applied to the burning poison grenades, which made its power more versatile. Coughing sounds could be heard continuously. Dorothy felt disgusted and frustrated. Her ordinary teammates were even worse. They felt dizzy and vomited. If they continued to stay where they were, they would either be burned to death or poisoned to death. Chapter 94. The mercenaries of Rose Militant staggered toward the direction where the bullets came from. They were all corroded by the poisonous gas and were poisoned. Only Dorothy, who had the physique of a pugilist, managed to hold on and lead the way. Han shouted not panic. He switched to the shuttle-shaped bullets and fired one shot after another. The gunshots seemed to have a steady rhythm as he killed the mercenaries of Rose Militant one by one. The bulletproof vest could not withstand the penetrative power of the shuttle-shaped bullets. With his various skills, he could deal more than 130 points of theoretical damage with each shot. These ordinary mercenaries were around level 5 to level 8 and had around 150 HP. One shot was enough to kill them. Coupled with the bleeding, burning, and poisonous gas, there was no need for him to fire a second shot. His killing efficiency was extremely high. He purposely left Dorothy for last so that he could eliminate Dorothy's helpers first and deal with the strongest one alone. After killing the last ordinary mercenary, Dorothy finally reached him. She raised a modified submachine gun in her hand and fired wildly at him. Han Xiao ducked his head, and all the bullets landed on the sand dune, splashing sand everywhere. Dorothy ran and fired at the same time. When she ran out of bullets, she finally reached Han Xiao. A cruel expression appeared on her face. When a pugilist closed in on a sniper, only death awaited him. Dorothy could not wait to smash Han Xiao's skull into pieces, just like she had done dozens of times to others. Tiger hunting axe. Dorothy swung her elbow horizontally like a huge axe. With a whoosh, she rushed toward Han Xiao's head. She felt that this elbow could definitely smash Han Xiao's brains out. The fierce elbow missed, and Han Xiao suddenly slid back 3 meters like a loach. Slide shooting. Han Xiao pulled out the 2 berserk eagles from behind his waist. With the support of overload and continuous shooting, 7 to 8 shuttle-shaped bullets were shot into Dorothy's body in an instant. Dorothy screamed in pain, but her eyes were filled with arrogance. She pulled out a shotgun from her back and shot a shower of bullets at Han Xiao. The shotgun can do the most damage at this distance. No matter who you are, you're dead meat. The thought flashed through Dorothy's mind, but in the next moment, she was shocked by the scene before her eyes. The scale-like armor instantly covered Han Xiao's upper body. Sparks burst out when the shrapnel hit the armor. With his current technology, he could already make a magnetic-controlled armor that covered half of his body, and the surface area was even larger. Are you stupid? I have armor. In the next moment, Han Xiao shot all the bullets in the clip into Dorothy's body. Only Pan Kuang, a martial artist, could barely withstand bullets with his body. Dorothy was far from being able to withstand the power of the large-caliber bullets. Blood spurted out of her mouth as she fell to the ground. She stared at Han Xiao with bloodshot eyes. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Bang! Han Xiao directly shattered this black girl's head with a single shot. It was common knowledge that snipers were weak in close combat. Pan Quan used to think so too, but he died. You have killed Dorothy, LV-25. You have received 7,500 EXP. In the early stages of the game, snipers had long-range suppressive abilities. It was very convenient for them to kill monsters. However, only the big guilds would nurture them because the cost of sniper was too high. Even the worst sniper rifle cost tens of thousands of EXP. Every bullet was expensive. Furthermore, normal snipers did not have Han Zhao's magnetic-controlled retractable armor. Once they were in close combat, they would be beaten to a pulp. Han Xiao flipped Dorothy's body and found that the gun Dorothy used had traces of modification. From the way it was used, Rose Militant should have a skilled mechanic. After killing this group of enemies, he received more than 10,000 EXP. The flames of the poison deflagration incendiary bullets did not stop for a long time. It would not take long before enemies were attracted. He retracted the EMP jammer. He returned to the car and drove away. Not long after he left, a group of Gatton mercenaries arrived at the scene. They were shocked when they saw the scene. They are from Rose Militant, who ambushed them. Just as the Gatton mercenaries were about to get out of the car to check, Luo Qing arrived at the scene with a small armed team. She saw the tragic deaths of her comrades and the Gatton mercenaries at the scene. Open fire. Both parties had been in conflict for a long time. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. It was impossible to explain. They had to fight first. Luo Qing did not hesitate. She ordered the attack, and the Gatton mercenaries retaliated immediately. An intense battle broke out, and gunshots and explosions resounded in the night sky. Very soon, the other forces were attracted to the scene. When they saw the intense battle between Rose Militant and the Gatton mercenaries, they wanted to be the Oriole and immediately joined in. The scene turned into a chaotic battle. After fighting for a while, a few armed groups that were further away arrived at the scene. Before they knew what was going on, they saw that everyone was fighting. If they did not join in the fun, they would be no different from idlers. They happily joined in. After fighting for half the night, all the groups had suffered losses. They retreated and licked their wounds. The last few forces that arrived had even forgotten why they were fighting and left immediately. Rose Militant brought back 20 corpses. Most of the corpses only had one fatal wound from a sniper bullet. Looks like the one who ambushed Dorothy was not a Gatton. It was a sniper, Ghostly Fox said. Luo Qing's face was gloomy. She was secretly thinking about who could have ambushed them. Rose Militant's enemies were all in the Samar Desert. If there was a battle, it should be a head-on confrontation. This kind of ambush reminded her of 2 years ago, when the Rothschild family had just issued a bounty for them. Many assassins had come alone to deal with Rose Militant. Another assassin who accepted the bounty? Luo Qing frowned. Rose Militant had not been harassed by an assassin for more than a year. After more than a year, would there be another idiot who had forgotten the lesson of the past? Dorothy's death was tragic. She seemed to have been shot at close range. This meant that the sniper this time had a certain level of close-range combat ability. A petite woman wearing an oil-stained coat walked over. She said softly, "I found the tracks where the assassin left. He went southeast. There are 3 forces in that direction. The nearest one is the Farian Group's stronghold. Thank you for your hard work, Suli." Suli was a mechanic in Rose Militant. She was in charge of the maintenance and modification of guns, vehicles, and defense facilities. I found fragments of a landmine explosion at the scene. This was a premeditated trap. The shell of the landmine was made by the Farian Group. The assassin might have landed in the Farian Group's stronghold. I tried to reconstruct the structure of the landmine. It seems to be a new type of bomb that has never been seen before. The explosion should be related to gas. Luo Qing squinted her eyes. The assassin this time was not easy to deal with, but she was not worried. She dialed an encrypted number to contact the sponsor. "Mr. Sebastian, An assassin is hunting us. We have lost a 20-man team. An old and hoarse voice came from a phone. I will send someone to deal with it. Every time an assassin appeared, the sponsor would send professionals to deal with the assassin. This was the reason why Rose Militant buried so many assassins in the Samar Desert. Professionals who dealt with assassins were still assassins. P.S. Thank you very much for the bounty. Thank you, brother. Chapter 95. A helicopter landed on the helipad of Rose Militant Stronghold. 3 men walked out of the helicopter. Their faces were cold, and they gave off an aura that kept people away. It was as if they were made from the same mold. E3, E5, and E9 were all assassins trained in the same training camp. What's the situation? E3 was the captain, so he went straight to the point. Luo Qing explained the situation to him. E3 squinted his eyes and said, "The enemy is a sniper assassin. The ambush this time was a test. From the way he lured you, he must have gotten hold of detailed information about you. According to your information, he is heading to the stronghold of the Farian group. However, the Farian group is not to be trifled with. We cannot assassinate him there." Luo Qing asked, "What do you plan to do?" "The target of the assassin is you, so he wants to use you as bait. We will send people out, as usual. He will definitely make a move. The 3 of us will ambush him and kill him." Luo Qing immediately ordered, "Ghost Fox, you will lead the team out for the next few days." Ghost Fox nodded. In the stronghold of the Farian group. In the room, Han Xiao rubbed the stubble on his chin with his fingers. A cloud of doubt lingered in his heart. The people of Rose Militant seemed to be too weak. Dorothy and the rest performance made him feel strange. If Rose Militant was only at this level, there was no reason that the bounty had not been completed yet. Han Technician's habit of being suspicious was triggered again. He felt that he had missed out on some crucial information, so he went to ask Antonio. After knocking on Antonio's office door, Han Xiao peeked through the gap. Antonio was sitting behind his desk, going through some documents. "Why are you looking for me?" Antonio asked with a smile. Han Xiao sat opposite him and said, "I want to know more about the forces in the Samar Desert. Didn't I already give you the information? You already know their armed forces and the area of influence. I want to know about the things that are not written in the information." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "You know, the things behind the scenes." Antonov lit up a cigar and laughed. "Looks like you've realized it. These armed groups are all tools. They all have money behind them to help them search for Felonia. If we can't eliminate the leader once and for all, there will be an endless supply of soldiers. For example, Gatton is backed by the Rothschild family, who is also the one who issued your bounty. Don't be surprised. Rose Militant's bounty is public." Han Xiao was not surprised. He muttered to himself. If this was the case, then, to complete the mission, he had to eliminate all the members of the Rose Militant. He could not allow anyone to escape. Most importantly, he had to kill the leader, Luo Qing. Antonio took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, "The Rose Militant is backed by a political consortium in Ordina. They sponsor parties to manipulate politics and secretly operate mercenary training camps and assassin training camps. Their headquarters are in the Western continent. They don't have much influence in the Southern continent, but they are not something a small organization can compare to." Han Xiao was enlightened. No wonder so many assassins from the Darknet had returned empty-handed. It must be because the Rose Militant had sent reinforcements. What exactly is Felonia? How did it attract the attention of so many organizations? Han Xiao had a feeling that this had something to do with his special reward. Since there was an unknown number of reinforcements, the next step could not be reckless. He had 2 plans. One was to wait for Rose Militant to take action. 2 was to lure the enemy out of the stronghold. Both methods required Rose Militant to leave the stronghold. Rose Militant's reinforcements would have thought of this as well. There was a high possibility that they would let Rose Militant take the initiative to lure him out and then ambush him. What should I do? Maybe I could do the opposite? Han Xiao thought to himself. If he set up a trap at a certain location and then pretended to fall into the ambush and escape, he might be able to successfully reverse the ambush. I'll have to prepare more weapons this way. Ghostly Fox led her team out for the third time. They wandered aimlessly in the desert. She was getting impatient and asked through the communicator, "Why hasn't the assassin appeared yet? Is he afraid?" Assassins are all very cautious. Since the last sneak attack was successful, he will wait for a while to observe your performance, Isan said calmly through the communicator. It was another night. Recently, Han Xiao had realized that he was always up to something at night. He put the newly created items into the car and drove away from the stronghold to set up the traps. The off-road vehicle drove out of the Fabian organization stronghold. The headlights of the car disappeared into the night. At the same time, it appeared in the lens of a telescope. On a sand, dune a kilometer away, Egio was wearing a yellow camouflage cloth. He watched the off-road vehicle with a pair of binoculars. A cold smile appeared on his face. The target left the stronghold in the middle of the night and is heading north. I think he is setting up a trap. He might have noticed our presence and is trying to use reverse psychology to lure us into his trap. Since they knew that Han Xiao was in the Fabian organization's territory, how could they not send someone to monitor his movements? This enemy is too inexperienced. Egio was calm. He felt that this mission would be very simple. Everything was under control. At dawn, Han Xiao returned to the stronghold and looked for Antonio. "You want me to help you drive?" Antonov was surprised. "Yes, I need to shoot, but I don't have hands to drive. So, I'm relying on you." "Wait a minute. What does your mission have to do with me? Why do you want me to help you?" Antonio was puzzled. "It's not easy for us to go on a trip. How can we stay at home? Let's go sightseeing and enjoy the scenery." Antonio pointed at the endless desert outside the barbed wire fence. "Sightseeing? Don't worry about these superficial things. Maybe you can see a mirage somewhere. There will be mountains and rivers. Although the desert is vast, it will work if you are sincere. I don't think we are close." Antonio's mouth twitched. "I'll give you a chance to be friends with me." Han Xiao chuckled. "Has anyone ever told you that you are thick-skinned?" Han Xiao touched his mask. How can 2 layers not be thick?" Although Antonio looked fat, he had a fierce fighting strength. Choosing him as the driver was purely because Antonio would not die so easily. If he chose an ordinary person as the driver and accidentally got shot by a stray bullet, he would die from blood loss. Antonio thought for a while and said, "If you let me participate in the mission according to the rules, I have to get a share of the money. I'll give you 5%. What do you think?" "Not good. That's too little." Antonio shook his head. "Stop fooling around. You're just driving. Giving you 5% is good enough. If we encounter an enemy, the first one to be hit is the driver. At least give me 20%. Han Xiao stared at him. "Why don't you rob someone?" "Aren't I robbing someone now?" Antonio's small eyes flashed with shrewdness. After arguing for a long time, Han Xiao finally got Antonio to agree to help by paying him 200,000 yuan. Immediate payment was more reliable than an unlimited amount of money. The nature of the mission also changed from a partnership to an employment contract. Hiring a driver at such a price and only using it once was simply too extravagant. Antonio's fat body squeezed into the driver's seat with great difficulty. Han Xiao sat in the back and handed over the coordinate radar and explained the plan in detail. After listening to the plan, Antonio grinned. Interesting. Later, in the morning, the sun was scorching and the desert air was distorted by the high temperature. Ghostly Fox's team only sat in 2 cars. They were wandering in the desert, observing their surroundings. "A car is coming," a mercenary shouted. In the distance, an armored off-road vehicle appeared on the sand dune and moved parallel to Ghostly Fox's team. It was Han Xiao and Antonio. "The enemy is coming." Ghostly Fox's face lit up. Chapter 96. Han Xiao extended the barrel of his sniper rifle out of the window and fired a high-explosive bullet. It accurately hit one of Rose Militant's off-road vehicles. The vehicle was engulfed in flames. However, the desert off-road vehicles were specially designed to withstand high temperatures. The high-explosive bullet's lethality was limited. Han Xiao observed the situation and decisively switched to shuttle-type bullets. He fired at the bulletproof glass of Rose Militant's vehicle, causing snowflake-like cracks to appear. Surround them. The ghostly Fox squad immediately turned around, and 2 vehicles surrounded them. Where will the ambush be? Since he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, Han Xiao was naturally on high alert. Suddenly, he controlled the magnetic armor to cover his face and blocked a sniper bullet that was aimed at his forehead. He looked up and saw a new enemy SUV appear from the side. There was an unfamiliar enemy holding a sniper rifle in the back seat. To be able to fire such a precise shot on a high-speed vehicle, there was a 30% chance that the enemy was also a mechanic, 60% that the enemy was a sniper, and the last 10% chance that the enemy was just a lucky shot. The previous shot was fired by Code 3. Seeing that it did not work, he was slightly shocked. He said in a low voice, "The target has a special defense. I'm not sure if it's a superpower or a machine." Han Xiao guessed that there was more to the ambush. He patted the back of the front seat and said, "Let's go quickly. Don't slow down. Go to the designated location." Antonio skillfully switched gears and stepped on the accelerator. The car drifted and fled in another direction. Suddenly, another off-road vehicle appeared in their direction. It seemed to have been waiting for a long time. This time it was Code 5. He was holding a rocket launcher and fired at them. The rocket rapidly approached them with a trail of flames. Antonio's expression changed slightly. He quickly turned the steering wheel, and the car swerved 90 degrees. The rocket grazed the back of the car and hit the desert. The deafening sound of the explosion filled the air with yellow sand. The shockwave hit the rear of the car. The rear of the car lifted 30 degrees and fell heavily. Han Xiao, who was in the back seat, was jolted. His butt hurt. "TSK, we dodged it." Code 5 was surprised by the driver's quick reaction. He did not stop what he was doing and quickly reloaded. The 4 off-road vehicles occupied 3 directions, forming an encirclement. Antonio could only run in the last direction, but it happened to be the direction where Han Xiao had set up the trap. He has nowhere to run. Number 3 narrowed his eyes. Number 9 is waiting for him in front with the Thorns. Thorns was an armored vehicle modified by Su Li. It had powerful firepower, ample horsepower, and thick armor. It had both the attack and defense of a tank and the speed of an off-road vehicle. Last night, E9 had been monitoring Han Xiao's whereabouts. The 3 killers had set up an ambush with E9 as the final insurance. He had steered Thorns in the direction where Han Xiao had set up the ambush. He had even confirmed the approximate location of the ambush, so there was no way he would fall for it. He had deliberately waited in the direction where Han Xiao was heading, so that when Han Xiao had hope, he would be plunged into despair. "He's already dead," he said quietly. The chase was filled with sparks and explosions. A rain of bullets and rockets chased after Han Xiao's vehicle. Han Xiao fired back repeatedly, barely hindering the pursuit of the 4 off-road vehicles. The firepower of the Scarlet Falcon sniper rifle and the shuttle-type penetrating bullets was quite a threat to the people from Rose Militant. However, his vehicle was currently fleeing in a panic. Coupled with the distractions of Code 3 and Code 5, his accuracy was greatly reduced. Virum, a unique roar of the engine was heard. It sounded like the roar of tiger. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked ahead. A modified vehicle was blocking his path. Its exterior armor was thick and covered with spikes, making it look like a porcupine. There were several gun barrels on both sides of the vehicle. Judging from the caliber, this should be grenade launchers and mini-missile launchers. There was also a 4-barreled heavy machine gun on top of the vehicle. No, that caliber should be called a heavy machine gun. It was more than enough to be used as an airborne weapon. The Thorns. This vehicle was blocking the last direction, forming a tight encirclement with the other 4 vehicles. There was no way to escape. We definitely won't be able to withstand the firepower of that thing. Antonio's expression changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. All directions were blocked. It was as if they were in a desperate situation. "Drive to the south. Don't worry about the firepower of that vehicle. I'll deal with it," Han Xiao said in a low voice. The enemy in the south was Code 3. He only had 1 sniper rifle, so he was the least threatening. Antonio could only choose to believe in Han Xiao. He quickly turned around and rammed into Code 3. Too late. Code 3's expression was cold. He was about to control the Thorn's cannon to blow Han Xiao's off-road vehicle into the sky when he saw Han Xiao turn around and fire a shot at him. The bullet hit the glass and burst into a bright flash. Code 3 was so shocked that his eyes started tearing up. He closed them subconsciously. Dazzling light bullet. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy machine gun on Thorn spewed out thick flames and smoke. The bullet missed its target and hit a dozen meters away from Han Xiao's off-road vehicle. *T. Why did old 9 miss? Code 3 was shocked. He hurriedly asked the driver to stop Han Xiao's vehicle. Antonio was not afraid at all. He stepped on the accelerator and rammed into the side of Code 3's off-road vehicle. Both vehicles shook. In the end, it was Antonio who chose the right angle to crash into the vehicle that opened a path for them to escape the encirclement. Chase. Code 3 was a little annoyed that all his efforts were in vain at the crucial moment. However, he calmed down after looking at the situation. It did not matter. They still had the upper hand. Han Xiao had deviated from the direction of the trap and was panicking. With the power and firepower of Thorns, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with him and destroyed his vehicle. Han Xiao looked behind him through the window. The fleet of Rose Militant was chasing closely behind them. They were less than 200 meters away, and both parties were traveling at more than 160 kilometers per hour. Thorns was still firing nonstop, and the rear of the vehicle that was chasing after him was blasted into a cloud of dust. The effect of the light flash bomb on Code 3 had not subsided yet. His eyes were sore and swollen, and his vision was blurry. He could not see clearly at all. Han Xiao lowered his head and looked at the coordinate radar. He did not panic at all. He said in a deep voice, "Antonio, activate the nitrogen acceleration in 48 seconds. 47, 30, 16, 3, 2, 1. When the time was up, Antonio immediately opened the small cover beside the gear, revealing the nitrogen acceleration button. He pressed it hard. Blue flames spewed out of the off-road vehicle's exhaust pipe. The vehicle's speed instantly increased, and the distance between them increased rapidly. The two people in the vehicle were pressed against the back of their seats and could not move at all. A futile struggle. Code 3 did not care. The nitrogen acceleration would end sooner or later. It was just a temporary lifespan. Thorns would catch up with them sooner or later, and they would be blasted into the sky with a wave of firepower. Soon, the distance between them increased to 400 meters. The effect of a nitrogen acceleration disappeared. They're slowing down. Code 5 reloaded a new rocket. He stood up from the sunroof and aimed from afar. At this moment, his vehicle braked suddenly. The sudden momentum caused Code 5 to fall into the back seat. What the hell? Code 5 roared. He saw that the driver was sweating profusely, but the vehicle did not respond. His heart sank. He turned around and looked out of the window. All the off-road vehicles of Rose Militant had stopped. Thorns was the same. All of them had lost their power. All the vehicles are paralyzed. What happened? The members of Rose Militant were shocked. Their vehicles had stopped working, and they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the desert. Han Zhao's off-road vehicle stopped at a distance. Ghostly Fox wanted to call for help from a base, but she realized that her communicator had stopped working. She shouted, "This is the effect of the EMP. Impossible. This is not the direction where he set the trap." Code 5 was shocked. Ghostly Fox's heart turned cold when she thought about Dorothy's death. Run. The next moment, a high-explosive sniper bullet was fired from afar. The target was a patch of sand under Code 3's feet. The landmines buried in the ground were detonated. This time, it was not only the poisoned deflagration mine, but also the real explosive mine taken from Fabian's warehouse. The deafening sound of the explosion was incessant, and the dazzling flames soared into the sky, leaving behind an orange-red glow on Han Zhao's retina. The 100-meter radius around the Rose Militant was completely filled with flames and explosions, and no one could be seen. Chapter 97. Antonio got out of the car and watched the explosion with Han Xiao. He lit up a cigar and laughed. I haven't seen such a beautiful scene in a long time. I've been sitting in the office for so long that I've almost forgotten what an explosion looks like. Then you can enjoy it. Han Xiao stretched his neck to relieve the fatigue from the chase. The fire finally died down. He and Antonio approached the explosion site. A strong, suffocating stench filled the air, mixed with the smell of burnt human bodies and poisonous gas. Oh my, I forgot about the poisonous gas. Han Xiao looked at the notification on the interface. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only retreat and wait for the poisonous gas to dissipate before cleaning up the battlefield. Ugh. A weak moan sounded. The still alive code 3 slowly crawled out. His limbs were blown apart, and his body was a mixture of red and black. He struggled to raise his head and stared at Han Xiao. Han Xiao glanced at him. Without waiting for code 3 to finish, he took out Berserk Eagle and blew his head off. The good guys were invincible in talking, and the bad guys died because they talked too much. There were more examples than the stars in the sky. To be honest, there was a moment when the great mechanic Han wanted to try and kill himself, but after thinking about it, he felt that he did not look like a good main character, so he directly attacked. This wave of EXP is quite good. 3, 5, 9, what kind of stupid name is that? Han Xiao looked at the interface with disdain. Wait a minute, there seemed to be an enemy missing from the kill information. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He looked around and suddenly fired at the ground 20 meters away. Bang! A black shadow jumped out from the sand. Ghostly Fox held a dagger and moved like a ghost. She stabbed the dagger at Antonio, who was closest to her. The martial arts school that she practiced had a simple earth-burrowing technique. At the moment of the explosion, she hid in the sand and escaped. She originally wanted to hide, but seeing that Han Xiao had seen through her, she could only fight with her life. The dagger reflected the sunlight and flashed with a piercing cold light. Antonio narrowed his eyes and reached out with his thick arm. His large hand was like a bear's paw. Ghostly Fox dodged to the side. Her petite body made it easy for her. She circled behind Antonio and stabbed her dagger at his back. Suddenly, a black shadow enlarged in front of her eyes. A bear-like palm followed her like a shadow and grabbed her head, almost wrapping it around her head. Antonio threw the ghostly fox more than 10 meters away, as if he was throwing a shot put. The huge force blasted a circle of ripples in the sand. Ghostly Fox's head was bleeding from the fall. She gritted her teeth as her petite body once again pounced forward. With Han Xiao by her side, she would only be killed if she tried to escape. She had no other choice. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Antonio was about to make a move, Han Xiao fired 2 guns at the same time, turning Ghost Fox into a sieve. You have killed Ghost Fox, LV-29. You have received 9,400 EXP. Its level isn't low. Why is it so fragile? Han Xiao looked at her battle log and discovered that Ghostly Fox's main class was only level 8. The rest of her subclasses were all at the level of her subclasses. Moreover, her subclasses were all low level. It was no wonder that she was so weak. Antonio said helplessly, "Give me a chance to move my rusty body. The corpse is still warm. Go and move around." Han Xiao picked his nose. "You're so dirty." When the poisonous gas dispersed, Han Xiao stepped into the explosion zone and retrieved the EMP jammer buried in the ground. Han Xiao did not know that Egeo had grasped his movements, but he was used to making multiple plans. That night, he had not only set up 1 trap, but also a total of 4 traps in different directions. Unless the enemy did not chase after him, he could lure at least one of them into the trap. "As long as you dare to chase after me, I'll kill you." After putting away the jammer, Han Xiao rummaged through the corpse and found a lot of guns and ammunition. These could all be sold for money. The biggest gain was the modified tank, Thorns. It could be used after the internal electronic components were repaired. Now, I can borrow some strength. Ghostly Fox has lost contact. 3 assassins in ambush, and they had the advantage of intelligence, but they still fell into the enemy's trap. Luo Qing's heart was heavy. The previous 2 teams had failed, and the modified Thorns was gone. Now, the stronghold was defenseless. It was a huge loss. Once again, Luo Qing contacted his backer and explained the situation in detail. The person on the other end of the phone said slowly, "You guys retreat first." Understood. After hanging up, Luo Qing organized his men to move the valuable resources to the vehicles and prepared to abandon the stronghold and retreat temporarily. This was not the first time Rose Militant faced danger. As long as they escaped for a few days, their backer would send more men over. By then, they would be able to regain their foothold. However, halfway through the transportation of the resources, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the stronghold. Enemy attack. The mercenaries on the lookout post let out shrill cries. Luo was startled and quickly ran to the lookout post. Looking into the distance, he saw a rolling sand dragon rapidly approaching, accompanied by dozens of Gatonian mercenaries' war chariots. Damn it, they're too fast. Rose Militant's forces were greatly damaged, and they would definitely be targeted by other forces. Gatton was the most likely enemy to take advantage of this situation. Leaving the stronghold was to avoid the hostility of other forces. However, the Gatton mercenaries were too fast. It could only be because someone had tipped them off. Luo Qing was furious. The Gatton mercenaries were attacking the stronghold from the front. If they drove away recklessly, it would turn into a chase, which would be even more dangerous. It was impossible to stop halfway. "Leader, what should we do?" Luo Qing made up his mind. Retaliate. Beat them up. The mercenaries of Rose Militant put down the resources in their hands and hurriedly returned to their respective fortifications. They controlled their machine guns and howitzers and fired at the Gatton mercenaries. The Gatton mercenaries did not back down and retaliated. Bullets flew back and forth, forming a deadly barrage. Countless shell casings fell onto the yellow sand, and many charred craters appeared on the sand like craters on the surface of the moon. Rose Militant's stronghold was well fortified. Even though they lacked manpower, they were able to withstand Gatton's attack. Behind the walls of the stronghold, Luo Qing was continuously commanding the mercenaries. Suli walked over and whispered into his ear, "We're understaffed. 1/4 of the fortifications are unmanned. We're trapped in a stronghold. If other forces interfere, we'll be in a bad situation." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud engine sound came from afar. Luo Qing and Su Li's hearts skipped a beat. They recognized this engine sound. On the other side of the battlefield, Han Xiao was driving the ferocious-looking Thorns. He leaped down from the sand, dune like a ferocious tiger. The car drew an arc in the air. The repaired exterior armor reflected the dazzling sunlight, and the idling wheels spun at an extremely high speed. The car crashed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The car sped up and charged toward the stronghold of Rose Militant with an imposing aura. "Isn't that the Thorns of Rose Militant?" Gatton narrowed his eyes and quickly ordered his subordinates to shrink their formation. He had a deep understanding of the firepower of Thorns. He thought that the pilot of Thorns was an enemy, so he was prepared to defend against Thorns from the flank. However, the people of Rose Militant were even more nervous than him. They knew the firepower of the Thorns better. Suli shouted, "Stop him quickly! Don't let the Thorns get close to the stronghold." Luo Qing felt extremely wronged. The Thorns was their trump card in the past. Now it was seized by someone else and used against them. What kind of behavior was this? It was like when someone stole your girlfriend, and the bastard even brought your girlfriend or ex-girlfriend to show off in front of you. How could you tolerate this? Chapter 98. The machine guns and howitzers in the stronghold immediately aimed at the approaching Thorns. Seeing this, Gatton knew that Thorns was a friend and not a foe. He yelled, "The convoy at the side, make way for that uninvited guest." Gatton's convoy changed their formation and revealed a path to the main entrance of Rose Militant stronghold. This would make it easier for Thorns to rush in. Han Xiao was the only one on Thorns. A few hours ago, he had killed the ghostly Fox squad and repaired Thorns after returning to Fabian's stronghold. This time, he was going alone. The other forces in the Samar Desert would not let go of this opportunity when Rose Militant's forces were weak. He was the one who sent the message to Gatton so that he could take advantage of the situation. The howitzers, machine guns, and small missile launchers on Thorns were controlled by the aiming device on the dashboard. They had to be manually aimed, which meant that there was no fire control system installed. Many missiles were fired at them, and they dodged those that they could. If they could not, they would use the external armor to block them. Han Shao aimed at a cannon on the wall of the stronghold and fired. The car shook violently as several small missiles and grenades smashed into the wall of the stronghold, bursting into dazzling flames. The cannon was blown into countless pieces and spiraled into the sky. In the stronghold, Luo Qing's face was pale. She had a feeling that the stronghold would be hard to defend. She called Su Li and whispered, "Take 5 people with you. We will retreat through the secret passage and give up on the stronghold." Su Li nodded and did not object. The mercenaries left behind in the stronghold were abandoned. They did not say anything and quietly retreated through the secret passage. As long as they survived, they could have as many mercenaries as they wanted. Their backer would send them more manpower. The mercenaries who were defending against the enemy did not know that they had been abandoned. They conscientiously controlled the cannon to block Gatton's convoy and Thorns. The sound of cannons filled their ears, and smoke and flames filled their vision. They could not hear their comrades' shouts at all. Everyone was like a reef under the waves, fighting alone. Boom! Dozens of grenades and rocket launchers were fired at the same time. The battered metal door finally could not bear the burden and was blown away. The door was wide open. "Charge in!" Gatton was overjoyed. The convoy entered one after another, and the Gatton mercenaries swept through the interior of the stronghold with their assault rifles. The mercenaries of Rose Militant were unable to launch an effective counterattack. Whenever they tried to leave the turrets, they would be shot full of holes. Han Shao drove Thorns in and took out his berserk eagle. Gatton's men glanced at him but did not stop him. Han Shao moved swiftly. His black windbreaker fluttered like a cape as he moved. He was like a black ghost wandering around the battlefield. He quickly walked around the base of Rose Militant. 2 of the Rose Militant's mercenaries were shot in the head by Han Shao. One of them was quite pretty. If she wore a bikini, she would be a beautiful sight on the beach. Han Shao regretted his decision. If he had known this would happen, he would not have shot her. After looking around, Han Shao did not see the leader of the Rose Militant. He frowned as he realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. There should be a secret passage. Battles broke out every day in the Samar Desert. It was not surprising that the Rose Militant had left a secret passage for themselves. Han Shao soon found something unusual. Luo and her men had left in a hurry and left behind footprints. He followed the footprints and found a cellar hidden under the floor. It was dark inside, and there was a damp smell of water. An underground river. Han Shao threw a torch into the cellar. It was about 5 meters deep. After confirming that there was no danger, he jumped in. The underground of the Rose Militant stronghold was a huge rock mountain. Under the cellar was a tunnel that had been dug out. It looked like a mine tunnel in a mine. Wooden frames supported the rock walls. It was dark in front of him, and there was no light source. There were clear footprints on the sand that led to the front. Han Shao reached out and touched the rock wall. It was moist and cold. There might be an underground river nearby. The situation in front of him was not clear. He thought for a while and took out the spider detector that he always carried with him. He placed it on the ground and activated it through his tablet. The little mechanical spider stood upright like a soldier waiting for orders. "I'll call you Spider Number 1. After giving it a cool name as usual, Han Shao controlled Spider Number 1 to enter the tunnel. The images captured by the camera were displayed on the tablet. Spider Number 1's camera had a night vision function. After walking for a while, Spider Number 1 suddenly bumped into the rock wall and reached the end of the tunnel. After confirming that there was no danger in the tunnel, Han Shao took out his flashlight and walked to the end of the tunnel. As expected, there was a secret door above his head. He opened it, and a cloud of sand fell down. Han Shao peeked out and saw a slanted cave outside the cellar. Sunlight shone in through the opening of the cave, and there were wool tracks on the ground. 3 steps turned into 2 steps as he walked out of the cave. His eyes suddenly opened up. This was a weathered rock formation. Looking into the distance, he could see the outline of a stronghold in the distance. 2 tracks left behind in the desert from another direction. The remaining members of the Rose Militant have escaped. I have to catch up with them. With that thought in mind, Han Shao put away Spider Number 1 and returned to the stronghold through the tunnel. He was ready to chase after them with thorns. In the stronghold, Gatton had wiped out all the mercenaries from the Rose Militant. He was disassembling all the resources and taking them away. When he saw Han Shao, they slowed down and focused their attention on him. Han Shao's heart sank. Gatton led a group of mercenaries to surround Thorns. Han Shao quietly touched his gun and walked over. He said in a low voice, "Excuse me, who are you?" Gatton looked at Han Shao from head to toe. He seemed to be deep in thought. "That's not important. Please move away from my car." "Your car." Gatton glanced at Thorns and revealed a playful smile. He gave a signal with his eyes, and the surrounding mercenaries slowly surrounded them. They looked like they were ready to draw their guns at any moment. Gatton chuckled. He stared at Han Shao and asked again, "Is this your car?" The threat was obvious in his words. It was as if he would beat Han Shao up if he did not know what was good for him. Swoosh! Han Shao did not say anything. He slid 3 meters forward in an instant. Like an unsheathed sword, he pointed at Gatton's forehead. He was as fast as a swallow and as black as lightning. So fast, the surrounding mercenaries were shocked. They quickly raised their guns and aimed at Han Shao. Han Shao's burst of speed made them very nervous. Furthermore, their boss was pointed at by a gun, so they did not dare to shoot. The situation was in a stalemate. Gatton did not panic or fear when a gun was pointed at his forehead. He was a ruthless person who lived on the edge of his blade. He sneered, "If you want to threaten me to make my men put down their guns, you can save your energy." Han Shao ignored the guns around him and said calmly, "You've already guessed my identity. The boss behind you wouldn't want the Dragon King Temple to be washed away by the flood." Gatton's expression changed slightly. He frowned and pondered for almost a minute. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, he suddenly waved his hand and ordered his men to put down their guns. He forced a smile and said, "Looks like this is really your car." Han Shao raised the Mad Eagle, unmoved. Seeing this, Gatton leaned to the side and opened up a path for him. Han Shao finally moved. He brushed past Gatton and got into Thorns. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Not a bad try." He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Gatton watched the car disappear into the distance and stopped smiling. He turned around and saw his men staring at him. He said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and move the things." Although he was envious of Thorns, he was not willing to take the risk of angering the boss behind him. Gatton guessed that Han Shao was an assassin who accepted the bounty, so he could be considered half of his own people. Since Han Shao had pointed it out, he could not do anything. If he ruined the boss's plans, he would end up badly. Chapter 99. Han Shao followed the tracks, and all he could see was a boundless desert. The tracks left behind by Luo Qing and the rest were as obvious as the folds on a piece of white paper. The radar showed their current location so that he would not get lost. They were currently heading towards the outer edge of the Samar Desert. The weather calendar showed that a sandstorm had occurred in this area not long ago. The monotonous desert scenery made Han Shao feel tired. After chasing for more than half an hour, an off-road vehicle suddenly appeared in the distance. He was instantly energized. I finally caught up. The Rose Militant members in the off-road vehicle also noticed Han Shao. "It's Thorns!" Suli exclaimed. Luo Qing's face tensed up. He quickly looked around and realized that there was only one vehicle chasing after them. He was instantly enraged. "You dare to chase after us alone? Do you think we are easy targets?" Turn around, boom. Boom. Thorns fired at full power, and the grenades and missiles chased after Luo Qing. Luo Qing retracted his head and said awkwardly, "Ahem, let's run for a while and wait for them to finish firing." Sparks flew all the way as the 2 cars chased each other across the sand dunes. The worn-out pilgrims trudged across the sand dunes with difficulty. The leading old pilgrim was panting heavily, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. He untied his water bottle from the back of his horse and gulped down a mouthful of water. However, he could not quench his thirst and fatigue. The old pilgrim turned around and looked at the group. Everyone looked listless, and the remaining few were the last of the pilgrims. The old pilgrim recalled the time when he was young. Tens of thousands of his compatriots had embarked on this journey. After years of hardship, only 20 of them were left. Some had died, and some had given up. Sometimes, the old pilgrim could not help but doubt the existence of Felonia. However, if he gave up, he would be denying his many years of perseverance. The sound of engines could be heard from afar. Han Shao and the Rose militants' vehicles appeared in their field of vision. The pilgrims were not surprised. When they saw that the two vehicles had no intention of crashing into them, they were relieved. They stood still and waited for the two vehicles to leave. At this time, a small missile missed again and hit a patch of sand. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The ground suddenly shook. At the place where the missile exploded, the desert caved in and the quicksand slid down, revealing a black hole. The hole kept expanding, like the mouth of the earth. The appearance of the quicksand proved that there was a huge hole under the desert. "What is that?" The pilgrim looked in the direction of the cave, his mouth wide open. "You have discovered the hidden location, Felonia 08. You have gained 1,000 exploration EXP. Bounty Hunter, Rose Militant. Hidden requirement met." Huh? Han Shao almost slipped and overturned the car. What the hell? How could he be so unlucky? How can I waste my luck in such a place? How can I fix this? The quicksand cave was still expanding. He recalled that a sandstorm had passed by here a few days ago. Perhaps it was because of the change in the sand layer that his cannon had caused a chain reaction. Although he was curious about what Felonia was, it was more important for him to kill Rose Militant. He left a mark on the coordinate radar and continued to chase. The two vehicles sped away quickly. The old pilgrim's hands were trembling. He was excited and called out to his companions behind him. That must be Felonia. Let's go there quickly." The pilgrims were excited. They could not wait and walked towards the cave that was gradually stabilizing. Felonia's treasure. Felonia's treasure. The old pilgrim mumbled to himself as tears streamed down his cheeks. He felt that his years of persistence were finally paying off. After chasing for a few more kilometers, Thorns ran out of ammunition. No matter how fierce the firepower was, it was bound to run out eventually. However, Han Shao let out a long sigh of relief. This chase was finally coming to an end. Those ladies in front should stop now. If they don't stop, they will be too cowardly. That guy is finally done shooting. Su Li was the creator of Thorns. She immediately noticed that something was wrong with Thorns. Luo Qing heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, "Turn around." The two vehicles were about 400 meters apart. Han Shao had already stopped his vehicle. When he saw Rose Militant's off-road vehicle turn around, he smiled and kept shooting with his sniper rifle. 400 meters was enough for him to shoot 8 to 10 shots. 4 bullets pierced through the bulletproof glass. The 5th bullet was aimed at the driver. Luo Qing, who was in the passenger seat, raised her hand and blocked the front of the driver. The bullet seemed to have hit an invisible barrier. A ripple of white light appeared in the air. The bullet was flattened by the recoil and turned into a metal cake that floated in the air. A force field mutant. Han Shao squinted his eyes. He felt that this was a tricky situation. Although there were many strange mutants, some people could awaken similar mutants. The force field mutant was a big branch of mutants. Force field, elemental control, physique enhancement, and transformation were all common mutants. The force field mutant was able to control objects from a distance. They could form barriers out of thin air and condense invisible collisions. It was a natural counter to gunners. With that in mind, Han Shao immediately stuffed a Haim bullet into his mouth and fired again. Luo Qing blocked the bullet with her force field like before. The bullet was flattened and released a light green poisonous gas. Everyone in the vehicle was poisoned. They felt dizzy, their chests were tight, and their HP dropped continuously. Han Shao knew from the battle information that Luo Qing was also at level 30 like him. Her force field mutant had not reached the stage where she could control gases. The next bullet was a high explosive one. It set the interior of the vehicle ablaze. However, it was quickly extinguished by the fire extinguisher. This was a vehicle used for escape. There was a fire extinguisher in the vehicle to prevent accidents. Han Zhao's plan to force the enemy to abandon the vehicle had failed. However, he was not discouraged. He fired another 2 Haim bullets. The Rose militants' off-road vehicle was surrounded by a thick green, poisonous gas. It looked like a plague tank. After a few shots, the enemy was only 100 meters away from him. Han Zhao put away his gun, stepped on the accelerator, and rammed into the off-road vehicle. Su Li's expression changed slightly. She quickly said, "Get out of the way. Thorn's armor is too thick. We can't ram through it." The driver heard her and quickly turned the steering wheel. He wanted to brush past Thorns. Han Zhao saw this and turned in the same direction. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. He only brushed past the rear of the off-road vehicle. He wanted to wreck the enemy's off-road vehicle so that he could use Thorns to kite the enemy. However, the Rose militant reacted in time and dodged his attack. Luo Qing realized that even though Thorns had run out of ammunition, it was not a toothless tiger. She suppressed her anger and said, "Forget it. Let's not waste time with him." The off-road vehicle turned around and ran for a few meters. Luo Qing realized that Thorns did not chase after them. She thought that Han Zhao had given up. She heaved a sigh of relief. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll let you go this time. When the reinforcements arrive, it will be your time to die." Just as she finished her thought, an invisible wave spread out from Thorns. The off-road vehicle suddenly lost its power and slid a few meters. It was paralyzed on the spot, and the people in the vehicle fell onto the ground. In the back seat of Thorns, Han Zhao activated the electromagnetic pulse interference device. Thorns lost its power as a result. Han Zhao sighed. This was the last resort to prevent the enemy from escaping. He did not want to use it, but seeing that Luo Qing did not have the guts to stay and beat him up, he could only watch helplessly. Even if Thorns could be repaired, it would take at least 10 minutes. Then, it would be a battle between humans. Electromagnetic pulse. The vehicle broke down. Luo Qing's mind buzzed. She had been tricked time and time again. She could no longer suppress her anger. She got out of the vehicle and charged forward. The force field erupted from her feet. Every step she took allowed her to cross a few meters. She was like a cannonball as she dashed toward Han Zhao. The force field around her flickered. "Do you want to die so badly?" Chapter 100. Han Zhao turned around and ran, turning back to shoot at Luo Qing with Haim bullets, kiting him. Luo raised her hands and pushed them forward as she ran, releasing a stable force field in front of her to block the bullets. Every time she was hit, a circle of white light would burst out. The force field was a natural counter to gunners, but the poisonous gas of the Haim bullets made Luo Qing's HP drop slowly. Moreover, a small part of the impact of the force field was transmitted to Luo Qing. Although it was reduced by more than 95%, it was still a damage. Luo Qing's anger rose, and her murderous aura was so dense that it almost liquefied. Speaking of which, if her murderous aura really liquefied, she would probably look like a fountain right now. After Han Zhao fired the 13th bullet, Luo Qing closed in on him, and this kiting took away more than 100 HP from her. If the Esper did not specialize in defense, they were basically fragile. Luo Qing's force field was both offensive and defensive, but if she faced Han Zhao head-on, who was protected by the magnetically controlled retractable armor, she would be knocked around in minutes. Luo Qing noticed this as soon as they started fighting. Han Zhao suddenly pulled out his retractable katana. With the katana in his right hand and the mechanical arm in his left, he fearlessly clashed with her. Luo Qing immediately condensed her force field and smashed it on Han Zhao's head. However, she found that a thin metal armor appeared on his body and turned into a helmet in the blink of an eye. Han Zhao only tilted his head back slightly and blocked the impact of the force field. With the katana in his right hand and the fist in his left, he tore apart Luo Qing's force field. The two fought fiercely, and the force field was constantly emitting white light waves. Even Pan Kuang, who was close to level 40, was defeated in close combat, so it was impossible for Luo Qing to deal much damage to him. However, the force field ability was more troublesome. It could attack from any angle without warning, interrupting Han Zhao's attacks many times. Force field throw. Han Zhao suddenly felt an invisible force hit his knee. Luo Qing took the opportunity to open up a distance. Her breasts were undulating, and her lungs were burning. The high-intensity battle had drained her stamina. Espers consumed a lot of stamina, and she had squeezed out stamina many times to replenish her energy. She was exhausted and looked at Han Zhao in shock. This sniper was too *King good at fighting. He was even more difficult to deal with than a pugilist. Tut tut tut. The remaining mercenaries of Rose Militant had finally closed in on him. The first thing they did was to focus their fire on Han Zhao, but he managed to evade their attacks with slide-step consecutive shots. Han Zhao activated Overload, and with a series of continuous attacks from his Berserk Eagle, the mercenaries fell to the ground with blood spurting out of their mouths. Only Su Li managed to dodge the attack. His movements were vigorous, and he had the free and easy demeanor of a martial artist. He wore a pair of specially made black gloves. On the gloves were patterns that looked like an electronic motherboard. They were currently shining with a dazzling blue light. Han Zhao's sharp senses felt a trace of danger. Mechanical pugilist. Su Li quickly closed in on him and pressed her hand forward. Her movements were light and weak. Han Zhao's eyes suddenly narrowed as he recognized the origin of the gloves. Su Li's threat level increased tremendously in his heart. He quickly turned around and dodged. He did not dare to face her head-on. He focused his two guns on Su Li, wanting to get rid of her first. However, Luo Qing immediately closed in on him and blocked the bullets with her force field. The three of them fought endlessly in the desert. Su Li's gloves made Han Zhao's movements somewhat restricted. The two women quickly discovered this point and used it to their advantage, quickly gaining the upper hand. The situation gradually developed in a direction that was disadvantageous to Han Zhao. If I don't pay a price, it will be difficult to get rid of these two. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly closed in on Su Li. He had always been fearful of Su Li's gloves. This sudden collision stunned Su Li for a moment. Her gloves subconsciously pressed on the magnetically controlled retractable armor on Han Zhao's chest. The electric current and the high temperature suddenly exploded. The durability of the retractable armor dropped by almost 100 points in an instant. This was the first time the magnetically controlled retractable armor had lost so much durability in one hit. Han Zhao's chest was burning. The temperature had exceeded the heat resistance of the magnetically controlled retractable armor and hurt his body. He did not have time to look at the interface. Taking advantage of a short moment when he was close enough, he stabbed Su Li's chest with a wind cutter blade. Facing Su Li's shocked eyes, the Berserk Eagle fired crazily at her forehead. Mechanics without armor were very fragile. All the bullets in the Berserk Eagle's magazine were shot out. Bang, bang, bang. I'm going to lift your skull. Kill one first. Luo Qing roared and took the opportunity to hit Han Zhao's back. A sharp pain came from his spine as if it was about to be broken. Han Zhao endured the pain and slid forward. He turned around and emptied the bullets of the Berserk Eagle. He focused on Luo Qing's legs. Luo Qing's energy was almost depleted after the battle just now. She was like an arrow at the end of its flight. After the sneak attack, she did not have enough energy to keep up with the attack. The bullets broke through her force field and pierced through her knee. Luo Qing's expression changed drastically. She knew very well how fatal it would be to lose one's mobility when facing a sniper. In a hurry, she wanted to end the battle in one go. She gathered all her force field and wanted to injure Han Zhao's legs. However, the moment Han Zhao succeeded, he pulled away. The force field exploded where he was originally standing, creating a huge crater. Luo Qing's heart sank. Her legs were injured, and she was now a target. Han Zhao was sniping from afar, and she could only passively block. Her energy would eventually run out. Despair appeared in her heart. It's over. Bang, bang, bang. From afar, Han Xiao shot steadily with his sniper rifle, wearing down Luo Qing's energy one shot at a time. Under her unwilling and angry eyes, Han Xiao shot her in the head. You have killed Luo Qing, LV-30. You have received 12,000 EXP. You have received thermoelectric cutting gloves, X2. The theory behind this pair of gloves was based on basic thermodynamics, which he had not learned yet. There was a miniature thermoelectric converter inside, and the energy source was a high-energy battery. It consumed a lot of energy, but it was very powerful. It also dealt bonus damage to metals. The spoils of war were naturally taken by Han Xiao. Speaking of which, this seemed to be the first time that his equipment had been dropped by a mechanic-class enemy. Mechanical pugilists used one or a few types of melee machines as the core of their battle, and they developed special skills around the weapons. Su Li's combat style was relatively low-level mechanical pugilists, and she only relied on the power of her equipment. Some mechanical pugilist equipment had their own skills, and they could only be used when certain conditions were met. Among the 4 blueprints that Old Man Liu had given him, one of them was a piece of equipment with its own skills. The mission had been completed, and all that was left was to go back and hand in the reward. Han Xiao thought about Felonia and decided to go back and take a look. He turned off the EMP interference device and checked the precise parts of thorns that had been burned. He calculated that it would take about 15 minutes to fix the car, so he immediately got to work. There seems to be a group of wanderers near Felonia. I wonder how they're doing now. Han Xiao thought to himself. Half an hour earlier, the entrance to Felonia was a fault in the cliff. The pilgrims climbed along the cliff to the bottom. It was pitch black in front of them, and they could only vaguely feel that they were in a space that looked like a corridor. There were narrow walls on both sides, and there was an extended tunnel in front of them. A young pilgrim turned on his flashlight and saw his surroundings clearly. Everyone's jaws dropped, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Chapter 101. While repairing the vehicle, Han Xiao was also reflecting on the problems he had exposed in the battle. His current combat mode was mainly sniping, and the best strategy was to kite. However, his movement speed was not fast, so he should create some gadgets to increase his speed. The power leg was a good choice, but Han Xiao felt that it was too cumbersome. Coincidentally, with his current level and knowledge, he could create a new and more agile gadget. He felt that he could further improve his combat mode. For example, he could form a robot team to provide firepower support to make up for the weakness of his sniping attack speed. After all, the mechanic class was a wholesale manufacturer of equipment, so he could provide whatever he lacked. After quickly repairing the vehicle, Han Xiao drove Thorns back to the entrance of Felonia, following the coordinates marked on the radar. He immediately saw a series of footprints that extended to the edge of the cave and disappeared. After thinking for a while, he knew that the group of wanderers had gone down first. If it were a normal person, they might be worried that the good stuff inside would be taken away by others. However, Han Xiao felt that it was better this way. There were people helping him to detect the mines. Standing at the edge of the cave, Han Xiao looked down. The rock walls were clearly layered. At the intersection of the sun and the darkness, he could vaguely see rusty metal extending downwards. There are traces of man-made excavation on the rock walls. There's a fishy smell in the wind, the smell of rust. I have never seen this place before. Let's go down and take a look. Han Xiao had brought all his equipment. With the flashlight in his mouth, he climbed down the rock walls and shone the flashlight down from time to time. As he got further and further away from the ground, the sun gradually disappeared. He realized that the rock walls were curved. Soon, the sun disappeared, and the surroundings were dark. The only source of light was the flashlight. This gloomy atmosphere made Han Xiao alert. He felt a chill in his heart. He wished that he could slow down his heartbeat so that he could relax. After climbing for about 3 minutes, the flashlight finally shone on the ground. It was a hollow metal floor. It was covered in dust, and there were thick spider webs in the gaps. No one had stepped on this floor for a long time. Han Xiao landed on the ground with a thud. The sound echoed far away. In this pitch-black environment, it was very quiet and creepy. The surroundings were dark and empty. The flashlight was like an isolated island in a dark sea. Rustling sounds came from the darkness, as if the sound of landing had attracted the attention of some unknown existence. He scanned his surroundings with the flashlight and found himself in a metal corridor. It seemed to be built in the style of a base. There were reinforced concrete everywhere, and the walls were covered with yellow-green rust oxide. There were strange, soft-bodied insects crawling in the rust. The hollow metal plate on the ground was covered in dust, and a series of new footprints extended forward, presumably from the group of pilgrims who had gone first. There should still be space below the metal floor. Han Xiao turned the flashlight to his feet and saw the scene below. Through the hollow metal plate under his feet, countless densely packed red compound eyes stared at him silently in the darkness. F***CK. Han Xiao's scalp went numb. He hurriedly retracted the light and listed the lower floor as a forbidden area. He carefully followed the footprints of the pilgrims. The surroundings were silent, and he could vaguely hear the rustling sounds of creatures crawling. When he listened carefully, they disappeared without a trace. It was very strange, and he could not help but feel nervous. After walking for a short distance, a fork appeared in front of him. The pilgrim's footprints disappeared at the fork on the right. Just as he was hesitating, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the fork on the right. It seemed that many people were running in panic and were rapidly approaching. Han Xiao quickly hid at the fork on the other side. He turned off the flashlight and put on the night vision goggles from Fabian. Run up, monster! The pilgrims ran out of the fork in panic, as if they were running away from some unknown existence. Their clothes were stained with blood, and the number of people had decreased. What are they running away from? Han Xiao was puzzled. Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from the other side of the fork next door. It was hoarse and heavy, like the sigh of a giant. The echo buzzed. Just hearing this sound made his chi and blood surge. Disgust rose in his chest, and he was secretly frightened. This is the pressure of a high-level shapeshifter. It is definitely above level 40. The group of pilgrims were terrified. They did not know what terrifying existence they had seen. They used their hands and feet to crawl back in panic. However, the monster did not seem to have come out. The pilgrims sat down weakly, as if they had just survived a disaster. The monster did not make any sound of footsteps. Han Xiao remembered this in his heart. Joel was eaten by the monster. Boo-hoo! This place is too scary. The old pilgrim trembled, and his expression was dejected. It was as if his spirit had been sucked away. He said, "This is not Felonia. There is nothing here that we want. Let's leave this place quickly and find a real relic." A legendary magic relic should be filled with mystery and ancient aura, engraved with countless mysterious lines that he could not understand, and the main body of the relic should be stone. However, this was just a man-made steel base. He saw the emblem of the country that had passed away on the wall. This was a secret military base of the old country. The pilgrims were silent. A young man opened his mouth and said, "Maybe this is the real Felonia. The old country found the relic and built a base here in order to research the treasure of the desert. The treasure of the desert, the legendary treasure of Felonia, could control the Samar Desert." The old pilgrim shook his head and smiled bitterly. Impossible. If the old country had the treasure of the desert, it would not have been destroyed. This is not the place we're looking for. The real relic of Felonia is still hidden in a corner of the desert, the old pilgrim said firmly. The pilgrims supported each other and left. After listening to their discussion, Han Xiao finally solved some of his doubts. As far as he knew, there was no magic in the Blue Star. The so-called treasure of the desert could only be the result of some technological weapons. But people always have an inexplicable confidence, an unrealistic fantasy about mysterious things that they do not understand. This reminded him of a story. When the flood came, a man prayed to the gods on the roof of his house. God sent a boat to save him, but he only hoped for a miracle. He did not know why the pilgrims believed that Felonia was related to magic, but did not seem to have anything to do with him. Or was this a hint for another hidden mission? After calming himself down, Han Xiao waited until the pilgrims were far away before he showed himself. He was hesitant when facing the fork. The pilgrims had pointed out that there was a monster on the right, which was very dangerous. However, the left was unknown and could be even more dangerous. How should he choose? According to my experience, the pilgrims were acting as the guides of the dungeon. They had pointed out that there was a monster on the right. This was an obvious signal, but it could have two meanings. The first was to warn me not to go to the right because there was a monster. The second was to mislead me into going to the left. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and decided to go to the right. The unknown was scarier than the monster. He still remembered that there were many red eyes on the lower level. If he encountered those things, even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. He put on the thermal cutting gloves and did not use the flashlight. Instead, he used the night vision goggles and entered the fork on the right. His vision was dark green, and he could barely see the road ahead. There were huge footprints on the ground that were different from those of a human. They were probably left by the monster. It also had 2 legs and 5 toes. According to the height ratio of a human, this monster was about 3 meters tall. After walking for a while, a room with an open door appeared in front of him. The monster's footprints extended to the door and stopped abruptly. Han Xiao quietly approached the door and smelled a stench. It smelled like rotting meat and a hint of fresh blood. He stuck his head in and looked inside. A pair of bell-sized eyes were staring at him from a height less than half a meter away. Chapter 102. The magnetically controlled retractable armor was on standby. Han Xiao was ready to fight or escape. However, the owner of this pair of giant eyes was only looking in the direction of the door. It stood there motionless as if it did not see Han Xiao. Photophobia. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Luckily, he did not turn on the flashlight. Otherwise, he would have followed in the footsteps of the pilgrims. This monster was more than 3 meters tall. Its body was barely recognizable as a human. Its body was covered with bulging muscles. The layers of muscles were like small hills, but there was no sense of strength or beauty. It was like a bloated mountain of flesh. It only made people feel disgusted. The muscles were rotting, and there were even holes in some places. There were white and fat maggots crawling leisurely in the rotting flesh. Compared to the huge body, the head and neck were very small. The skin was pulled by the bulging muscles, and the facial features were extremely out of place. It looked very impactful. People could not help but think of words like deformed, painted ghost, and solar night. Han Xiao glanced at the layout of the room. There were a bunch of medical equipment and 4 experiment pods that he did not know what they were for. 2 of them were squashed flat, one had its door open, and the other was closed. The experimental pod was connected to a transparent container. There were only traces of dried fluorescent light left in the container. He carefully retreated. Seeing that the monster did not move, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward along the corridor. Soon, he encountered the 2nd and 3rd metal doors, but they were all blocked by the rusty alloy door. The card reader beside the door was almost rusted into iron slag and was completely scrapped. Han Xiao did not give up. He struggled to open the card reader and look at the model. He could not tell. That was not important. This should be a secret military base from decades ago. But for some reason, it was abandoned. It seems to be a biochemical experiment. It looks like it failed, or maybe it succeeded. That muscular guy does not look like a normal creature. Wait, this corridor is too long. How big is this base? The dark corridor was silent, and the deeper they went, the more the darkness seemed to condense. The vision range of the night vision goggles could only reach up to 5 meters away. Any further, and it would be pitch black. Han Xiao was glad that he didn't have claustrophobia or deep-sea phobia. The sense of crisis was like the tip of a knife hanging in front of him. Even with Han Xiao's big heart, he felt cold sweat coming out from all parts of his body. This was completely the instinctive reaction of a living creature in the face of an unknown danger. Being too nervous would affect the emergency response. He hurriedly said in his heart, My heart is as clear as ice. I won't be alarmed, even if the sky collapses. I'll be calm when the wind blows. He didn't know what he was talking about, but he wasn't that nervous anymore. Along the way, he passed by more than a dozen doors. Only the door of the first room that the monster was in was open. The rest were sealed. Suddenly, they reached the end of the corridor. There was an even bigger door, which should be the main room. The alloy door was only lowered by a third, so they could enter. This was the second room that they could enter. According to the principles of the dungeon, they should be able to find some useful information here. The room seemed to be a large laboratory. There were rusted equipment everywhere. In the middle of the room was a row of experiment cabins similar to the first room. Looks like there's no danger. The dust choked him, and the smell of decay was pungent. A corpse was lying beside the experiment table. It had already dried up. There were pieces of cloth hanging from the body. It was vaguely possible that it used to be a white coat. Han Xiao found a file on the table beside the corpse. He reached out to sweep the dust away, trying to find some useful information. He looked at it and realized that it was a diary. July 13th, the professor made the 67th modification of the Felonious serum. He injected it into the mice for the experiment. The effect was very satisfactory. It finally met our expectations for the serum. If there are no abnormal reactions, we can start the human experiment. July 17th, the mouse test subject died. Another failure. The cause of death was organ failure. Experiment appendix torn. The professor seemed very depressed. He locked himself in the room. While I passed by, I heard the sound of him smashing things. July 20th, the professor insisted on the human experiment. The higher-ups approved the professor's request. This is crazy. Did he forget the consequences of the failure of test subject number 000? Experiment appendix torn. July 26th, the base issued a new rule. All researchers are to hand in any electronic devices and are not allowed to connect to the external network. Has the situation outside deteriorated to this extent? August 5th, this is the 7th day after test subject number 008 was injected with the Felonious serum. The test subject is doing well. There are no abnormal changes, but the professor is very disappointed. August 11th, the higher-ups asked us to evacuate. I heard that the battle was very bad. They want to preserve the remaining forces. Everyone is very scared, including the professor. No one wants to believe that we lost the war. Actually, I was already mentally prepared. Previously, the number of soldiers in the base had been decreasing. I knew that was because the front line had suffered heavy losses. Damn it, if I didn't change my profession from being a field doctor, I wouldn't be trapped in this depressing base. Everyone's face is lifeless. I can't see any vitality. I hate this place. August 14th, we will evacuate tomorrow. We will take refuge in Base 03. Time is tight. All the test data of the Felonious serum has been backed up. The original data has been destroyed. The guard were really rude. They seem to be preparing to self-destruct the base. The professor took a few samples of the Felonious serum and destroyed the rest of the serum. The records ended here. Han Xiao flipped to the front again. There was no other valuable information. Many pages were torn. The corpses beside the wall showed that this group of people didn't evacuate. Some accidents happened between August 14th and 15th, which led to a large number of deaths. Most of them died in the lower levels of the base. Those red compound eyes were the eyes of the desert worm. What is the Felonious serum? Han Xiao was curious. He suddenly remembered that the fluorescent liquid in the experiment chamber in the first room had dried up. It should be the residue of the serum. The experiment diary said that the professor had the serum. The corpses were most likely in the lower levels. Han Xiao didn't want to enter the forbidden area. It seemed that there was no chance for him to get the serum. Looks like I didn't find anything this time. Han Xiao shook his head. He looked up and held his breath. He saw a black box on the table in the middle of the room. He quickly walked up to it and opened the lid. There were 3 tubes of fluorescent liquid inside. At this moment, a string of ancient sayings rushed into his mind. At the end of the mountain and the river, there is no road, but at the end of the tunnel, there is always a village. You wear out iron shoes in vain, only to find it by chance. Suddenly looking back, that person is in the waning light. Looking at the body at his feet, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Could this be the professor? He grabbed the 3 tubes of liquid and sized them up. How can this color be called a serum? You have received felonious serum, incomplete. X3 felonious serum, incomplete, a type of biochemical medicine that strengthens the body. It is not perfect yet. There is a chance of mutation after use. P.S. This may be the last 3 tubes of felonious serum. A biochemical potion. The side effects of an imperfect potion are very serious. This is an unfinished product. If I use it, I'll probably become like that muscular stick. That's too scary. Han Xiao shuddered. There shouldn't be anything else here. I should leave quickly. This place is too creepy. Han Xiao turned around and suddenly realized that the muscular stick had appeared behind him without him noticing. It was staring at him from above without making a sound. Chapter 103. The monster raised its thick arm and smashed it down like it was swatting a fly. The huge force caused the air pressure to suffocate Han Xiao, and the stench assaulted his nostrils. Han Zhao's reaction was lightning fast. He slid like a loach and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The strong wind blew his hair into a mess. The monster's palm hit the ground with a loud bang. A hole was formed in the ground, and a circle of dust was raised. Han Xiao quickly held his breath and squinted to prevent the dust from flying in. He pulled out the berserk eagle and fired. The bullet hit the monster's rotten flesh, and the stench of pus splashed out. You have dealt 57 damage to test subject 002. You have entered combat mode. Based on your level, you have received the following information. Test subject 002 level, 42 class. Low-level biological aberration. Yin to HP conversion ratio. 1. 100 attributes. 65 STR, 20 DX, 60 Yin, 90. 1. INTMYS. Charm. Luck. Energy. 0 energy rank. Health points. 1854/7800 continuous decay. Status. Severe decay. Minus 25 DF. Minus 30 Yin. Severe deterioration of all senses talent. Low-level aberration. Plus 5 STR. Plus 10 Yin. Intermediate strength and life. Additional increase in HP conversion ratio. 130. Skills. Silent walk. LV12. Smash LV8. Charge LV5. The level cap of all professions was not 10. Some high-end professions and special professions had a higher level cap. Biological aberration was a special type of profession. Han Xiao fired both guns consecutively. The large caliber penetrating bullets bombarded test subject 002's body, creating bullet holes. The sound of gunfire could be heard from afar. After making such a big commotion, I have to end this quickly. Han Xiaoxin's heart sank. Fortunately, test subject 002's condition was very bad. If it was full health, he would have turned around and run immediately. Test subject 002 did not seem to feel any pain. It lowered its head and rushed over in large strides. It gave Han Xiao the feeling of a steam locomotive crashing into him. This caused his heart to involuntarily shrink. Han Xiao sheathed his gun and pulled out his katana. The retractable katana slashed viciously at the monster's head. With a clang, the katana penetrated the monster's skull, causing pus to splatter everywhere. He had also taken a lot of damage from test subject 002's collision. He only had time to put his hands in front of him to block the attack. He felt like he was facing a charging rhinoceros head-on. He couldn't stabilize his body and stumbled backward, knocking over 2 test benches. His arms were in great pain, and his chest was filled with a stifling sensation. The contusion status appeared on the interface. The katana was embedded in test subject 002's skull, and yellowish-white pus continuously flowed out from the wound. The monster opened its bloody mouth wide as if it was roaring, but its decayed vocal cords could only produce hoarse cries. Both of its fists carried a strong gust of wind and dust with them. However, Han Xiao could clearly see the trajectory of the attack. His 48 points of dexterity were more than double the monster's. The collision just now was clearly the monster's skill, and it could not be used continuously. Han Xiao also took the opportunity to test whether the enemy had any vital points. The conclusion was very clear. This monster really did not have a brain. Even if its head was chopped off, it could still move. Han Xiao brushed his fists and dodged. He quickly went behind test subject 002. He rubbed his palms together and activated the thermoelectric incisor gloves. He pressed them on the back of test subject 002's heart. The surface of the gloves lit up with a dazzling blue and white light. It was extremely dazzling in the dark. The contact area exploded with an extremely high temperature, quickly burning through the rotting flesh of the monster. A burnt smell quickly filled the air. His palms sank into a viscous organ. He violently stirred, and white smoke rose from the wound. Test subject 002 kept waving its arms, but Han Xiao narrowly avoided all of them. The thermoelectric incisor gloves' continuous damage was extremely high. In just 10 seconds, it had dealt no less than 800 damage. It almost burned through test subject 002's body. Suddenly, the gloves flickered a few times and the light dimmed. They had run out of energy. The high-energy battery could only support the operation of the gloves for a few minutes. Sully had been fighting with these gloves for a long time, and there was only a trace of energy left. Han Xiao quickly retreated and used his dexterity to fight. This big guy was like a low-level beast with no intelligence at all. Although its attributes were high, Han Xiao's dexterity made it easy for him to deal with it. Only tackle posed a threat. With the help of the terrain and obstacles, Han Xiao finally killed test subject 002 one shot after another. The monster swayed around like a drunk and fell down with a loud bang. Pus slowly flowed out from the muzzles all over its body. You have killed test subject 002 LV42. You have received 32,000 EXP. As you have killed a target 10 levels above you, you have received an additional 280% EXP. Total EXP 89600. Your damage output 23.7%. You have received an additional 21,235, 23.7%. EXP. The rustling sound became louder and louder, as if it was right next to his ears. There were many densely packed appendages coming out from the gaps of the hollowed-out metal plates under his feet. Han Zhao's expression suddenly changed. He ran back the way he came. There was a loud sound of metal colliding with metal in the distance, accompanied by a beast-like roar. He could vaguely see something moving toward him. All signs indicated that he had triggered some sort of event by killing this monster. The one that Han Xiao had killed was test subject 002, and the diary stated that the last test subject was 008. There were a few more monsters like 002, and they might even be stronger. They were wandering around some corner of the base. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, if he didn't run now, was he going to stay for the new year? Surrounded by all kinds of noises, Han Xiao ran as fast as he could. Fortunately, he was not in any danger. He quickly climbed up the cliff and returned to the surface. The sun shone on his body, and his tense nerves gradually relaxed. The atmosphere in the abandoned base was too gloomy. The sense of danger everywhere made him feel as if he was walking on a tightrope. Only now did he feel better. In his arms were the 3 vials of Felonious serum. Han Xiao was not sure how valuable they were, but now was not the time to check his loot. It would not take long for the various forces in Samar to discover the abnormality in this place. With that in mind, Han Xiao immediately drove away. An hour after he left, many vehicles arrived at the entrance of Felonia and surrounded the entrance of the cave. The leaders of the various forces hurriedly informed their financial backers, while the armed forces stared at each other covetously. The financial backers had given the order to explore the place first. Therefore, the armed forces temporarily stopped fighting and sent out small teams into the base. The dark and gloomy atmosphere was slightly diluted. There are desert worms in the lower level. Ask the people above to send down the flamethrowers. Someone was holding a cone-shaped flamethrower and burning the dead insects through the hollow metal board, making ear-piercing, screeching noises. The smell of roasted insect meat mixed with the rotten smell of the base was nauseating. The desert worms were about 40 to 80 centimeters long. They looked like centipedes with shells on their backs. There were tentacles and red compound eyes on their heads. Their chelicerae were strong enough to break a human's bones and were used for feeding. There were thousands of desert worms in the abandoned base, and they soon started to counterattack. The worms climbed to the upper level and swept in from both ends of the tunnel. The mercenaries temporarily formed an alliance and formed a defensive base. They used flamethrowers and bullets to repel the worms. When the situation was stabilized, the worms suddenly dispersed. A few rotting giant bodies rushed out. They walked silently and knocked away a few mercenaries while braving the flames and bullets. They created a gap in the mercenaries' formation. The mercenaries were shocked. What the hell is this? It's disgusting. Quickly fill in the gaps. F*CK, the worms are coming in. Kill the monsters first. Wait, there are 3 more monsters. Requesting firepower support. I repeat, requesting firepower support. The sound of gunfire lasted for a long time before it turned into a deathly silence. The ground was littered with burnt worm corpses and bullet casings. The few test subjects were riddled with holes. The mercenaries had suffered heavy losses, but at least the battle was over. Gatton kicked a test subject's corpse and thought to himself, "This seems to be a biochemical test subject." After tidying up the battlefield, the mercenaries began to explore the base from top to bottom. They blasted open the sealed rooms, but they didn't find much. Most of the things inside were rusty, experimental equipment. There were, however, some paper records of the base that had been plundered. The most valuable things were the traces of the dried blood serum and the test subjects' corpses. The people behind these mercenaries needed these things. They might be able to find a specialized biochemical laboratory to replicate the effects of the serum. However, from the looks of the test subjects' deformities, the serum was still incomplete. When the mercenaries arrived at the large laboratory where Han Xiao had been, they were stunned. There was a new test subject, 002, lying there with fresh wounds. Someone beat us to it. Chapter 104. The trip to the Samar Desert had come to an end. The time limit for the mission was 15 days, but Han Xiao had only spent 6 days to complete it. The Fabian Corporation's transport plane landed at the Morning Wind City Airport. Han Xiao immediately rushed to Hotel Vitalia and went to the Blood Pack Society's floor to submit the mission. The waiter quickly reported, and the person in charge personally came to receive him. In a separate VIP room, Han Xiao leaned on the sofa and waited for the person in charge to confirm the mission details. On a certain floor, a darknet recorder opened the Rose Militant's bounty page and wrote down the latest information. 688-4. 1. Codename, Mr. Black. Net. Mission completed. Time, 688. 4. 7-inch mission canceled. This information was sent to the database. At the same time, all the assassins in the Blood Pack Society receive a message informing them that the Rose Militant's bounty had been canceled. Mr. Black, your bounty mission has been verified. We will transfer the reward to your account. Ding. Han Xiao looked at his computer and saw that his account had increased by 3 million. He had more than 5 million in his bank account. He realized that doing bounties was really quick to earn money. It was even faster than making machines. The players who had completed the Rose Militant mission in the past seemed to be a small team of 15. Everyone shared the reward, but Han Xiao had completed it alone and earned a lot. You have completed Bounty Hunter, Rose Militant. You have received 150,000 EXP. Hidden requirements. Felonia Project Discovery has been completed. You have received 250,000 EXP. You have received a special reward, Intermediate Gene Blending Potion, for 37% low concentration. X1 Blood Pack Society's favorability increased by 550 points. Current neutral, 550/1000. Scorps-level assassin. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. The gene-blending potion was an unconventional game item. Its function was to reduce the failure rate and mutation rate of the biochemical potion. Biochemical potions were a common type of potion that increased one's attributes. However, any biochemical potion had its own risks. There was a chance of lowering one's attributes and causing mutation. Biochemical potions also conflicted with each other. The gene-blending potion could make up for the shortcomings of the biochemical potion to a certain extent. I see. If I didn't enter the abandoned base and didn't find the felonious serum, this unknown reward wouldn't have been effective. Han Xiao figured out the crux of the matter. The reward was linked to his actions. This was an additional reward for the exploration. The 002 test subject was equivalent to a mini-boss guarding the serum. His cautious behavior during exploration allowed him to avoid many difficult checkpoints. The footprints of the pilgrims were a guide. If he ignored the guide and went in the opposite direction, he would be surrounded by a bunch of experimental subjects and desert worms. If he chose the left side because he was afraid of monsters, he would miss the opportunity to obtain the serum. If he entered the right corridor with the flashlight, he would trigger the battle of test subject 002 at the first door. The narrow space of the corridor made it impossible to dodge, so it was difficult to move forward. He could only exit the corridor. If one was greedy and wanted to continue exploring after obtaining the serum, the consequences would be the same as the first rule. This reward was truly a pleasant surprise. Han Xiao couldn't wait to study it. After handing in the mission, he was about to leave when the person in charge suddenly said, "Mr. Black, may I ask if you can stay in Morning Wind City for the next 2 days? There's an important guest who wants to see you." Honored guest. Han Xiao was puzzled. The messenger of the Rothschild family, the client of the Rose Militant's bounty mission. He wishes to meet you. Could it be that he's here for Felonia? Han Zhao's eyes flashed. Please tell him that I'm happy to meet him. The person in charge was overjoyed. Okay. After leaving Hotel Victoria, Han Xiao returned to Antonio's base and went straight to the workshop that was temporarily allocated to him. He took out a tube, a Felonia serum, and the low-concentration gene blending agent that was rewarded by the mission. The Felonia serum had a fluorescent yellow color. It was well-sealed and had not deteriorated even after a few decades. Low-concentration gene blending agent. Silver specks sparkled in the solution. It was as viscous as mercury. To use or not to use it? That was the question. The Felonia serum was a hidden item that he had never seen before. However, the mid-level gene blending agent could greatly reduce the risk and was very reliable. Han Xiao calculated the success rate and the losses. In the end, he decided to do it. With the gene blending agent, even if the serum failed, he would not become a muscle dummy like the experimental subjects. He took out a syringe and a catheter, inserted it into the vein in his arm, and injected the gene blending agent. A cool feeling flowed through his blood and circulated throughout his body. It was as refreshing as eating ice cream on a hot summer day. Even his soul felt calmer. The gene blending agent was harmless to the body. If it was not activated by the biochemical agent, it would gradually dissipate. Han Xiao took a deep breath and started to inject the Felonia serum. The fluorescent agent was injected into his blood through the catheter. The swelling sensation exploded in his body. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. His whole body was in so much pain that he could not control it. He felt as if his body had exploded into a paste. His bones were crushed, his veins were torn, and his flesh was melting. The inhumane pain struck his brain again and again, and he almost fainted. When players used items and created machines, there was a limit to the amount of pain they could feel. However, he wanted to experience it in real life. Of course, to him, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. He had already gained a lot from it, but he had to bear the cost of 100% of his senses. After an unknown amount of time, the pain slowly subsided. Han Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. He allowed a deep breath. He felt that his nerves had been severely damaged. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Luckily, he did not become muscular. He still looked the same as before, and he still looked as handsome as before. He did not have the energy to look at the interface just now. Only now did he realize that the interface was flooded with messages. You have used the felonious serum, incomplete. Assimilation progress, 12%. Mutation test passed. Gene blending agent reduces failure rate. You have used the felonious serum, incomplete. Assimilation progress, 46%. Mutation test passed. You have used the felonious serum, incomplete. Assimilation progress, 73%. Mutation test passed. You have used the felonious serum, incomplete. Assimilation progress, 100%. Assimilation complete. Compatibility. Excellent. You have received 3 STR and 5 END. You have received the talent Elementary, Strength and Life. Han Zhao's body trembled. He looked at the interface in disbelief. There was a new talent, Elementary, Strength and Life. This is a molding talent. Han Zhao was shocked. There was a very special type of talent called molding talents. At least to his knowledge, he had never heard of a player obtaining a molding talent. Molding talents were exclusive to NPCs and bosses. They were extremely powerful and rare even for NPCs. The effect of Elementary, Strength and Life increased his health points from endurance. The ratio was 1:15. In other words, he now had 66 points of endurance, which was equivalent to 990 extra health points. His health points had almost doubled. He now had more than 2,000 health points. Furthermore, this effect increased his health points along with his endurance. At level 30, his health points were already more than 2,000. Even a level 38 pugilist Pan Kuang did not have as much health as he did now. Is it because my template is an NPC? Han Zhao guessed. He could even issue missions to players. It was not impossible for him to have a molding talent. If a player used the felonious serum, they would only gain attribute points and would not awaken any talents. If this talent is paired with my magnetically controlled armor and future mechanical armor, I'll be able to make my enemies vomit. Han Zhao was pleasantly surprised. He was very satisfied with this talent. His health had increased by a large margin. The rewards from this mission were quite bountiful. Mission rewards, killing enemies, and crafting rewards had accumulated more than 700,000 experience points. He counted the blueprints. There were 19 of them. He only needed one more to complete the class change mission. Han Zhao thought for a while and decided to create equipment that increased his movement speed. Do you wish to proceed with Knowledge Fusion, LV, for Basic Electromagnetic Theory, LV, 3 Basic Energy Theory, LV, for Basic Mechanical Engineering, LV2? 20,000 experience points. There were quite a few blueprints for this combination. Han Zhao was not sure if he could get the equipment he wanted. He planned to try the fusion 3 times. If he could not get the equipment after 3 tries, he would try to create his own. On the 3rd try, he got the equipment that met his requirements, the skateboard shoes. Han Zhao scratched his head. One of the first 2 blueprints was completely useless. He could not say whether he was lucky or not. Being able to fuse the blueprints saved him a lot of time. The full name of the skateboard shoes was Electromagnetic Levitation Power Boots. It could be used alone or mounted on a small mechanical suit. It could greatly increase one's movement speed without hindering one's ability to dodge attacks. The other 2 blueprints were coincidentally created. One of them was called Swarm, and the other was called Heart. You have completed the class change mission. Class change successful. You have received a new class, Trainee Mechanic. Plus 50 energy, plus 1 DX, plus 1 END, plus 4 INT. You have received 3 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. You have learned Fine Repair. You have learned Intermediate Strengthening. The 2 core skills of the Mechanic class, Repair and Strengthening, had finally evolved. The Trainee Mechanic class was the 3rd stage of the Mechanic class. It did not require a lot of experience points to level up from level 1, because it was a class with a maximum level of 15. Han Zhao leveled up 3 times in a row. His total level was 34, and he put all his free attribute points into intelligence, as usual. Han Zhao still had some experience points left. After thinking about it, he decided to level up sliding shot. This skill had helped him many times. Furthermore, the mechanic class lacked combat skills, so every active skill was very important. He was not in a hurry to level up overload. The effect of level 1 was already strong enough. Sliding shot was leveled up to level 4, and its effect was stronger. At the same time, the energy cost was increased to 8 points. Han Xiao now had almost 900 points of energy, which was very plentiful. He used up all his experience points again. The huge amount of experience points had been exchanged for combat power. His energy rank was over 500, and with the help of his machinery, it was close to 700. With his current strength, he could easily defeat Pan Kuang without Norse's character summon card. Chapter 105. With a large sum of money in his pocket, Han Xiao could afford to spend lavishly. He bought a new batch of parts from Fabian. One day later, Han Xiao used his advanced skills to strengthen all his equipment and created a new piece of equipment with a new blueprint. The electromagnetic skate shoes looked like a pair of metal boots. The heels and soles of the shoes were equipped with a special device that could reduce the friction on the ground by using the effect of a special electromagnetic field. The high-energy battery inside the boots would provide power, allowing the user to skate on all kinds of terrains like ice skating. The speed was comparable to that of a car, and the energy could support the maximum power for 20 minutes. He painted the hover boots in black and silver. It looked very fashionable. He also added a layer of breathable mesh and a sponge pad. The outside was covered with a layer of leather. It was very comfortable to wear and could be worn during normal times. There was no need to change into it during battle. Soon, the Rothschild family came looking for him. In Hotel Vitalia, Alphonse was sitting in the VIP room with his hands on his knees, waiting for the arrival of the guest. The door opened, and Han Xiao walked in. Alphonse stood up and extended his hand elegantly. His voice was mellow and magnetic. "Alphonse, I am from the Rothschild family. I have something to discuss with you." Han Xiao extended his hand and shook his hand. He felt Alphonse's thumb pressing on his hand. He shook it steadily and firmly. This kind of handshake was a habit of a person in a high position. It was a territorial gesture that gave the feeling of wanting to control the other party. Han Xiao was very familiar with this kind of handshake. His old man shook hands with others like this. The principle was actually very simple. It was like how a pervert would scratch the back of a girl's hand when he shook hands with her. Different positions, occupations, and identities had different habits. Subordinates who asked for help from their superiors, men who wanted to show their gentlemanliness in front of women, strangers who met for the first time, and two people who were in a high position fighting openly and secretly. Alphonse's position was obviously not a simple messenger. Han Xiao had already guessed the purpose of the Rothschild family's visit. The two of them sat down, and Alphonse said, "The Rose Militant's bounty has been out for almost 3 years. Countless assassins have returned empty-handed. Mr. Black, I am very surprised that you were able to complete it alone. You flatter me. It's just a normal operation. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." "You don't sound like you're not worth mentioning," Alphonse thought to himself. The two of them exchanged a few words casually. Han Xiao went straight to the point. "Our relationship is only that of an employer and an assassin. We have nothing to do with each other once the mission is completed. Obviously, you're not looking for me for the reward. You guessed right. I'm looking for you to ask you some questions." Alphonse nodded and suddenly leaned forward. This action gave him a sense of oppression. He stared at Han Xiao and asked in a deep voice, "Did you go to an abandoned base in the Samar Desert?" As Alphonse spoke, he observed Han Xiao's expression and eyes. If Han Xiao showed any hesitation, he would immediately know if he was lying. His family had found out about the research project from the experiment log in the abandoned base, and they placed great importance on it. If he could get his hands on the felonious serum, he might be able to discover something extraordinary. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao directly took out a tube of fluorescent yellow serum, placed it on the table, and said indifferently, "Name a price." Alphonse was stunned. He did not expect Han Xiao to be so straightforward. This thing is useless to me. Since you want it, pay for it. Alphonse glanced at the serum. He was not worried that Han Xiao was lying. Those who dared to cheat the Rothschild family of their money were all dead. How much do you want? That depends on your sincerity. Han Xiao chuckled and acted mysterious. This attitude gave Alphonse a headache. He hoped that Han Xiao did not know the value of the felonious serum. However, judging from Han Xiao's reaction, he seemed to know the value of the serum. After hesitating for a long time, he gave a price that showed his sincerity but was not high enough. 1 million. Negotiations always started with a low price. Alphonse was prepared to pay a high price. There was no such thing as killing and robbing. They were all civilized people. Han Xiao stared at Alphonse for a while before saying slowly, "You don't seem to be sincere with this price." Alphonse was preparing for the negotiation. "I agree. These 2 vials of serum have been stored for decades. I'm not sure if they still have any effect. The value has been greatly reduced." Wait, you agreed? Alphonse was stunned. Han Xiao pushed the serum to Alphonse and chuckled. "Let's be friends." Alphonse thought that he was going to pay a high price, but Han Xiao's action made him feel good about him. Alphonse put away the serum and said, "The payment will be transferred to your account soon. You will also gain the friendship of the Rothschild family. You have unlocked a new faction reputation. The Rothschild family's favorability towards you has increased by 1,800 points. Rothschild family, friendly, 1-800/3000. Han Xiao smiled. Giving up some money in exchange for the Rothschild family's faction reputation was a good deal. Money could be earned again, but the opportunity to start a new faction was fleeting. Some tycoons and corporations had existed since the old era. After the baptism of war, some had died out, while others had become more established. Their influence spread throughout the military, politics, and business of their respective countries. The Rothschild family was such an existence, and there was a lot of profit to be made. To the players, this was a support faction, and they could purchase some rare items and services. The Rothschild family was one of the Dark Net's allies, and this was equivalent to finding a hidden backer in the organization. There are many benefits. Without the gene blending agent, the felonious serum could no longer be used. It was better to sell it in exchange for other benefits. He still kept a vial of the serum in his hand. Another million entered his account, and he now had 6 million in savings. Just looking at the numbers did not make much sense. For example, players in version 1.0 would be considered rich if they had more than 200,000 in savings when they reached level 30. Over 1 million was an astronomical figure. Only the assets of large guilds could reach that amount. The transaction was completed, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Han Xiao asked, "What's Felonia?" He was puzzled as to why a single vial of the serum would attract the attention of so many forces. Alphonse was in a good mood. He explained, there was a country in the Samar Desert that was involved in the Old Era's war. They started a large-scale research project called the Felonia Project. The name was taken from a legend in that country. The specific plan was to build many military bases and conduct research in more than 10 different fields. The serum you have is one of the research projects. Han Xiao was enlightened. So that's how it is. I thought there really was a magic ruin. Alphonse laughed. How can there be magic in this world? You're thinking too much. Han Xiao could only chuckle. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, there shouldn't be any magic on the Blue Star, but what's with this premonition? This was a dark and deep underground cave. There was no light source, and it was unknown how deep the cave was. Fine sand would occasionally fall from the cracks between the rocks. A wind that should not exist reverberated in the cave. It was like breathing, and there was a faint rumbling sound that sounded like muffled thunder. Suddenly, 6 oval-shaped lights lit up in the dark. They were golden and arranged in 2 rows. They were symmetrical and neat. There was no reference object around them, but by visual inspection, the diameter of each light was no less than 10 meters. The lights flashed very quickly, as if they were blinking. Chapter 106. Alphonse gave the phone to Han Xiao. "This is my number. Call me if you need anything." Han Xiao knocked on the table and said, "I have some questions. I want to increase my authority in the Blood Pact Society as soon as possible. Do you have any suggestions?" Alphonse thought for a while and decided to return the favor to Han Xiao. He asked the waiter to bring over the Blood Pact Society's computer and showed a file to Han Xiao. At the top of the file, there was a clear sign that said, "Do not read without permission." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked down. Internal enlistment order, not public recruitment target. Blood Pact Society assassins, dark grade and above. Contract mercenaries, 2-star and above. Current number of participants, 18 assassins. 245 mercenaries. Mission location, River Valley Manor, east of Star Dragon, outside Seagull City, 20 miles north. Mission details: guard River Valley Manor and protect. Data hidden. Internal recruitment order: only dark grade assassins and above will be recruited. You are now a Scorpion grade assassin, so it is against the rules to participate in this mission. However, I can help you behind the scenes. Once the mission is completed, you will be promoted to dark grade. When you arrive at the location, someone will inform you of the details of the mission. Han Xiao thought to himself, with so many people participating, it would probably be a small-scale battle. He remembered that he could trigger another mission in Seagull City that was easy but had high rewards. He could go there on the way. Let's go take a look first. Han Xiao made up his mind. I didn't expect to return to Star Dragon so soon. Luckily, I won't be recognized. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. When he left Division 13, the faction relationship on the interface did not change. This meant that Division 13 did not see him as an enemy. There was still some time before his departure, so he returned to the Fabian organization base and built the machine that he had always wanted to build. Second-generation Ranger, combat type, robot quality, dark green basic attributes, 2,200 armor, 37 defense, 168 power level, 83 kilometers per hour maximum movement speed, 640 energy height, 1 meters weight, 830 pounds control method, low-level smart chip, program setting, enemy detection, energy source, high energy battery pack X 4 combat consumption, 6 energy/min, low intensity, 15 energy/min, full power, core power, 310/320 brain module, intelligent fire control system. Power usage, 30i module, electromagnetic scanning lens. Allows you to see through obstacles. Power usage, 1/5 right arm module, large caliber triple barrel machine gun. Attack 70-85. Fire rate 3.5/S. Capacity 30+90, bullet chain. Output, level 75. Power usage 40. Left arm module, large caliber triple barrel machine gun as above skeleton module. K600 power endoskeleton. Provides 30 STR. Power usage, 40 leg module. Triangular track wheels plus shockproof air suspension. Reduces impact from harsh terrain and increases movement speed. Power usage, 1/5 chest module. Mini honeycomb rocket launcher. Equipped with mini rockets, attack 180 to 230, explosive damage. Capacity, 6 rounds. Power usage, 110 abdomen module. Magazine, mini rocket launcher X12. Additional ammo chain, 200. Power usage, 20 additional ability. Volley burst. Launch a volley of attacks at the enemy. Plus 7% damage additional ability. Platinum alloy. Increases armor value and reduces physical damage by 11% additional ability. Self-destruct. Deals 340 to 510 fire damage within a 40-meter radius. Destroys after use. Remarks. Human tank. The Rangers that were built this time were much more technologically advanced. They were equipped with smart chips, platinum alloy armor, high-energy batteries, and even more powerful firepower. Now, that Han Xiao was much wealthier than when he first entered the Western capital, he did not need to count with his fingers anymore. The cost of a single second-generation Ranger was more than 200,000, and this was even after he had saved a lot of parts due to his technological advancements. At his level, it was impossible for a player like him to play with it. The second-generation Ranger could be used as a mobile fortress, but because the processing chip was not enough to perform three-dimensional tactical thinking and battlefield analysis, it did not have any unique abilities. The powerful combat Rangers could provide firepower support and AoE attacks, even if they ran out of ammo. The K600 Power Endoskeleton gave the second-generation Rangers close combat strength. At the very least, they could be used to ram people at full speed. They also had the ability to self-destruct. Now, I can build the Rangers on a large scale, but I can't carry them around. I should find a secret base. Although this type of turret-like robot has powerful firepower, it is not suitable for fast and agile battlefield changes. It can only be used for positional warfare. The main problems are its mobility, core power, and chip processing. I need advanced knowledge, but I don't have the chance yet. I can only maintain the sniper combat mode and continue to improve the sniper. The idea of a robot army could not be formed yet. There were gaps in funding and technology. Han Zhao's large equipment was stored in the Fabian Group's warehouse and transported by plane. This time, he spent 50,000 renminbi to use the Fabian Group's transport service. No one would be as spendthrift as him. The western capital was the capital of Star Dragon, and Seagull City was an important city in the east of Star Dragon. It was huge and had been attacked by a beast tide in history. It suffered heavy losses, but received help from the entire country and became an important city in the east. A monument that was dozens of meters tall stood in the center of the city. It was engraved with the names of all the victims who resisted the beast tide. During the Old Arrow War, Seagull City was attacked by the Germinal organization on a large scale. Once again, it received help from everywhere and became even more prosperous. This phenomenon was very strange. It was full of disasters, but it developed quickly. The people of Star Dragon thought that this was a good sign. It meant that even if Star Dragon suffered setbacks, it would become stronger and stronger. The spirit of Seagull appeared many times in the annual leadership meetings and news broadcasts. The plane landed in Seagull City's airport. Every city had to pass through the checkpoints to enter and leave the city, but they had to obtain permission from the airport control station to land in the air. The Fabian Group's plane had the permission to land in the airports of every city in Star Dragon. It was considered a private plane. As long as the players had a high enough affinity with the faction, they could also buy it. Speaking of which, why are you here again? Han Xiao turned to look at Antonio. Antonio took a puff of the cigar in his hand and laughed. Unfortunately, the Fabian Group does not have any assets in Seagull City. We can't provide you with any services. We can only lend you the transport plane as a temporary workshop and warehouse. Oh, I see. Han Xiao understood. Suddenly, he realized that he did not have a car to lend. He suddenly felt a headache. He was still a few dozen miles away from the mission location, River Valley Manor. Did he have to resort to the unethical act of stealing cars again? He did have a Thorns, but the problem was that if he were to drive this car on the streets, he would probably be followed by dozens of police cars and a few explosion-proof special police vehicles in less than 10 minutes. As the old saying went, if there was a problem, look for the masses. Han Xiao borrowed a car from a kind-hearted and generous person. He passed through the checkpoint, left the city, and went straight to River Valley Manor. 20 miles north of Seagull City was a small forest with a small river flowing through it. This small forest was inhabited by gentle and small beasts, so it was not very dangerous. The River Valley Manor was located in a shallow river valley in the forest. It was built by the river. This was what Han Xiao saw on the map. When he drove into the forest, it was already afternoon. The lazy sunlight shone through the gaps in the forest, creating a peaceful and natural atmosphere. The sound of the engine startled a few spotted deer that were sleeping. He suddenly wrinkled his nose and smelled a faint pungent smell. After quickly filtering out the humus and bird feces in his mind, he found a memory of a similar smell. His eyes flashed. This is the smell of guns that haven't dispersed yet. A battle broke out here not long ago. To prevent any misunderstandings, Han Xiao stopped the car, took his equipment, and walked. His current appearance was that of a middle-aged man in a black windbreaker who was carrying a guitar case. He looked like a depressed, wandering musician. In fact, he stored the folded Red Falcon sniper rifle and the lightweight mechanical arm. The Berserk Eagle and magazine were hidden under his clothes, and the magnetically controlled retractable armor was hidden close to his body. There was a retractable knife hanging on his waist, and the gloves on his hands were the inactive thermal cutting gloves. He wore silver-gray electromagnetic skateboard boots that were the same size as normal boots. The leather was sewn on the outside, and one would not be able to see the metal material in the boots without pressing them personally. As for Wind Cutter, Thorns, and second-generation Ranger, he did not bring them with him. After walking for a while, he saw clear signs of battle around him. There were burn marks from explosions, scattered bullet casings, ruts, and even burnt car shells. There was more than one. It was clear that the battle was fierce. He could already see the shallow river outside the forest, and River Valley Manor came into view. Han Xiao was about to walk over when he suddenly stopped. The next moment, there was a bullet hole in the ground in front of him. If he had walked forward just now, he would have been hit in the calf. The shot was clearly a warning. Chapter 107. Han Xiao squatted down and dug out the bullet from the ground. He looked at it and realized that it was an armor-piercing bullet. The people in River Cove Manor were probably his own people, so this shot was just a warning shot. Otherwise, it would have been aimed at a vital point. Han Xiao thought about it and took out a bronze coin from his pocket. He raised it and waved it. The snipers in the manor would definitely be able to see it through their scopes. This coin was given to him by Alphonse before he left. He said that it was proof to identify his teammates. After waiting for a minute, Han Xiao walked forward again. This time, no one fired. He successfully arrived at the entrance of River Cove Manor. He realized that the manor had been modified. Countless iron plates were nailed to the outer walls, covering the interior of the manor tightly. There were traces of explosion on the plates. The door opened, and Han Xiao walked in. The layout of River Cove Manor unfolded in front of him. It was very spacious and could be divided into the inner and outer layers. The outer layer was a variety of fortifications. Fully armed mercenaries came and went, patrolling everywhere with guns in their hands. They chatted loudly and were boorish, unlike the taciturn soldiers. The inner layer was the central area. The Fountain Garden Villa was surrounded by black railings, separating the inner and outer layers. Through the railings, he saw that there was no one in the villa and the garden. It was as if no one lived there. "Newcomer, you're an assassin, right?" A burly black man called out to Han Xiao. He was the one who opened the door. Han Xiao looked at his skin color and felt that this black man was the best candidate to blow up the fortress at night, provided that he was naked. The black man did not care about Han Xiao's reaction. He turned on the walkie-talkie and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Chun-Li, there's a new assassin. Come and get him. Wait for me, I'm on my way." A cursing voice came from the walkie-talkie. The yellow-skinned mercenary named Chun-Li quickly arrived at the entrance. He first gave the black man the middle finger, then looked at Han Xiao and sized him up. "Come with me." Han Xiao followed Chun-Li to the southeast side of River Cove Manor. From Chun-Li, Han Xiao learned about the defensive layout of River Cove Manor. It was divided into 3 sides. The west side faced the river. The attackers might attack on a yacht, but they would be easy targets on the river. The other 2 sides were southeast and northeast, respectively. The overall defensive layout was a triangle. Chun-Li was the person in charge of the mercenaries in the southeast. "What kind of assassin are you?" Chun-Li asked. "Sniper type." "That's good. We need a long-range attacker." Last time, there was an assassin who only knew how to assassinate at close range. He wasn't useful at all. Han Xiao looked back at the central villa and asked the 3 key questions in his heart. Who are we protecting? How long were they going to defend here? Who are the enemies? Perhaps it was because every newcomer would ask these questions, but Chun-Li answered fluently. "The higher-ups didn't say how long we'll wait. Anyway, if we really can't hold on any longer, I'll retreat immediately. No matter how much money they give me, I'm not going to be cannon fodder. We don't know who the enemy is. Sometimes they attack during the day, sometimes at night, sometimes every few days. There's always a new enemy. As for the target we're protecting, Chun-Li suddenly sneered. I heard that the target is hiding in the villa, but has never shown himself. The mission forbids us from entering the villa to check. Maybe there's no one in the villa, and we're guarding an empty shell. No matter what the employer's intentions are, as long as they pay. An empty villa, a target that had never shown himself, a draft order with vague instructions, and an enemy of unknown origin. When these factors were connected, Han Xiao felt inexplicably strange. He always felt that there was a cloud of fog shrouding him. Right, what kind of assassin are you? Dark grade or ghost grade? Chun-Li asked casually. Mr. Black, Scorpion grade. Chun-Li suddenly turned around with a look of surprise. Scorpion grade? Why are you here? Only those above the dark grade can receive a draft order. You don't have the qualifications, right? Since I'm already here, it doesn't matter what level I'm at. Han Xiao had no intention of explaining to a mercenary leader. In the words of the act, Tough King, I don't need to explain anything to you in my life. Just one word, pretentious. Although you're only at the Scorpion grade, since you're a sniper, just make do with it. Anyway, it's fine as long as you know how to hit people with a sniper rifle. Chun-Li frowned and pointed into the distance, saying, Do you see those 3 bunkers? You go to the one in the middle. The Poisonous Bee brothers will arrange it for you. Following Chun-Li's finger, the 3 bunkers were located at the intersection of the 2 lines of defense in the southeast and northeast. They were at the apex of the triangular defense area. This position gave a sniper the best shooting field and attack range. However, the disadvantage was that it was too conspicuous. If the enemy attacked, the sniper would be the first to be killed. Fortunately, there were many machine guns and howitzers set up on the outer walls of the bunkers, so the defense was the strongest. Han Xiao had no objection. Before the panel mission was triggered, he had an indifferent attitude. Walking into the middle bunker, he walked up the stairs to the top floor of the bunker, which was also the sniper's position, and found that there were 2 people there. They were holding sniper rifles in their arms and leaning against the wall. When they heard Han Xiao's footsteps, they opened their eyes and looked over. From the cold temperament of these 2 people, he knew that they were both killers. One was tall and the other was short. They looked somewhat similar. They were the Poisonous Bee brothers that Chun-Li had mentioned. Newcomer, the tall one said lightly, code name, level ability. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Mr. Black, Scorpion grade, sniper. Why is a newcomer at the Scorpion grade here? The tall one frowned and said impatiently, You go to the bunker on the left and be the sniper's assistant. You're responsible for taking care of the fish that escaped the net. Can you do such a small thing? Okay. Han Xiao nodded. The short one only glanced at him when he entered, then closed his eyes and continued to rest. It seemed that he was too lazy to talk to him. He seemed to be quite arrogant. In the short 10 minutes since he entered the manor, Han Xiao had already changed locations 3 times. He had no choice but to go to the bunker on the left, which was the area he was responsible for. It was equivalent to being the Poisonous Bee brothers' assistant. There was already someone in the bunker on the left. It was a bearded assassin. He sized Han Xiao up. After Han Xiao introduced himself, he went straight to the point. Scorpion grade? Then you'll be in charge of the left, and I'll be in charge of the right. The left side had the narrowest field of vision, so the mission was the easiest. It was normal that the bearded assassin did not trust his ability. Han Xiao did not have any other thoughts. He just needed to be in charge of his own area. You have triggered a chain mission, enlistment order, protection, mission introduction. First, do not ask about the identity of the target to be protected. Second, do not leave your post. Third, do not let the enemy attack the manor. Fourth, try to be useful. Hint, this is a chain mission. Please act according to the instructions. First round mission, defeat the first wave of enemies. First round reward, 20,000 EXP. Other mission failure circumstances. 1. Enter the villa area without permission. 2. Leave the manor for more than 120 minutes. Chain mission? Interesting. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Chain missions were basically running rings. He would only know the next one after completing one mission requirement. The difficulty and rewards would get higher and higher. Completing all the rings would give him additional rewards. Usually, chain missions were more complicated. Let's finish the first round and see what the rest of the rewards are like. I'll leave, Han Xiao thought to himself. He did not have the thought of completing the mission no matter what. He would only do it if the rewards were good. After wandering around the River Cove Manor for a few hours, he figured out the configuration of the people. The mercenaries brought all kinds of heavy firepower and vehicles. There were also some supers. There were also mechanics who repaired equipment, provided ammunition, and repaired the fortifications. The assassins were the more high-end combat power. From the casual conversation, he learned that this group of people had been waiting here for more than 10 days. The powerful people had already shown themselves, such as the Hornet Brothers, Chun-Li, and some other code names, such as Volcano, Moonlight, and so on. The sky turned dark. In the forest at night, the wind rustled the leaves, and the river murmured. Everything was quiet. The sound of approaching engines broke the silence. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Han Xiao looked out from the sniper's hole in the bunker. A bunch of headlights appeared in the forest in the distance, and they were quickly approaching. The mercenaries in the manor began to shout loudly and returned to their posts one after another. The dense sound of footsteps sounded like beans being stir-fried. Han Xiao reached out and pulled the bolt. A crisp sound of the mechanism rang out. He also started to adjust his state of mind. Chapter 108. Through the headlights, Han Xiao saw the armed forces of the enemy. All of them were armored vehicles, and they were charging toward him at high speed. Behind them were gunners. The next moment, the mercenaries in the manor opened fire. The heavy machine guns roared, and the flames from the muzzles became the most eye-catching source of light in the dark night. Han Xiao was relieved. The number and firepower of the enemy were average, and they would not be able to break through the blockade of the mercenaries' machine guns. Bang! Han Xiao heard the sound of a sniper rifle coming from the central bunker. The Hornet brothers had made their move, and the two sniper rifles were very accurate. Han Xiao looked at the area he was in charge of. The area was very small, and the angle was tricky. Only those who slipped through the net would dare to enter. At this moment, an enemy team happened to invade. He set up the Red Falcon, aimed, and fired. The shuttle-shaped bullets pierced through the necks of the enemies one by one, and clouds of blood burst out. Big Beard was worried about Han Xiao's ability, so he took some time to take a few glances. Seeing that Han Xiao was basically hitting every shot, he was secretly shocked. He knew that he did not need to worry about this Mr. Black, so he did not turn around to observe and left the other area to Han Xiao. First round completed. You have received 20,000 EXP. Mission requirement changed. Second round mission requirement. Guard River Valley Manor for 3 days. Reward, 80,000 EXP. The first round was too easy, and the EXP seems to be too little. However, this increase is not bad. Han Xiao stroked his chin. 20,000 for the first round, 80,000 for the second round. According to this ratio, the third round might be 320,000, and the fourth round would be over 1 million. Stop, this is a dream. However, to be honest, the third round should be more than 150,000 EXP. The second round would take 3 days, and Han Xiao felt that it was a waste of time. Suddenly, he thought about it and decided that he could stay here to earn more. He could borrow the equipment and lathes brought by the mercenaries and help them repair their equipment for free. He was a man of action, so he immediately headed to the logistics area and found some maintenance workers. Most of these people were pseudo-mechanics who had learned maintenance as their secondary profession. There were only 2 proper mechanic supers. You want to help us repair it? A maintenance worker was surprised. You're a mechanic? Han Xiao directly used his actions to prove it. He picked up a pistol on the workbench, dismantled it quickly, and then magically reassembled it. The whole process was done in one go, and it did not take more than 2 seconds. He was no longer a novice who needed 40 seconds to assemble a pistol. With the various enhancements of his abilities, his manufacturing and assembly speed had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. The group of maintenance workers agreed without hesitation. They were even a little impatient. Maintenance was hard and tiring, and it was also voluntary work. Since there was someone who volunteered to be the coolie, the maintenance worker could not wait to throw all the work to this official mechanic who had suddenly appeared. Early in the morning before dawn, Chun-Li carried a damaged machine gun and went to the logistics area to find a mechanic he was familiar with to repair it. Wang Shi, help me repair this machine gun. Wang Shi was a thin, middle-aged man wearing a singlet. He was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the question, he opened his eyes and looked at Chun-Li. He said in a casual tone, "Leave it there. I'll fix it when I have time. Please hurry up. I might need to use it during the day." Wang Shi said impatiently, "All right, I'll fix it for you later." Chun-Li walked away helplessly. Although Wang Shi had a bad temper, he was a true mechanic supers with excellent skills. In order to not damage the machine gun at the critical moment of the battle, he could only ask Wang Shi for help. After Chun-Li left, Wang Shi closed his eyes again and started to nap. 5 minutes later, Wang Shi heard footsteps approaching again. He opened his eyes impatiently and saw that it was Chun-Li. He said angrily, "What are you in such a hurry for? I'll fix it for you when the time comes. Stop bothering me." Chun-Li shook his head and said, "Return the machine gun to me. I'll find someone else to fix it." Wang Shi frowned. Although he was unhappy that Chun-Li kept bothering him, he did not want the machine gun to malfunction. After all, he was also in a manner. Thus, he softened his tone and said, "That person's skills are not good. I'll start fixing it when the sun rises. Is that okay?" Unexpectedly, Chun-Li insisted on getting the machine gun back. "No need. That person's skills are better than yours." Wang Shi was instantly dissatisfied. The logistics area was only so big. Who did not know who was better? The other official mechanic was not as good as him, and those repairmen were even worse. Who were you trying to fool? Under Chun-Li's insistence, Wang Shi had no choice but to return the machine gun to Chun-Li. Seeing Chun-Li walk to the other side of the logistics area, Wang Shi had an idea and followed him. He wanted to see who this mechanic that was better than him was. As soon as he arrived, Wang Shi was shocked. He saw a group of salted repairmen surrounding a man in black. They were staring at the man in black. Their faces were filled with shock, envy, and eagerness to learn. Wang Shi took a closer look and was stunned on the spot. He saw that the man in black's hand speed was like a phantom, quickly operating all kinds of equipment and repairing multiple weapons at the same time. It was so smooth that it was scary. There was no need for him to stop and think. Wang Shi had never seen such a technique before. It could only be a mechanic with a higher level than him. The repairman originally had the mentality of throwing all the work to Han Xiao. However, when Han Xiao started his repairs, his extremely fast speed attracted all the repairmen. They were mesmerized by Han Xiao's performance. They want to take out a notebook and record every step of Han Xiao's. Many details gave them great inspiration. If they had an interface, a message would appear, "You have observed Han Xiao, LV34, performing mechanical repairs. You have learned something." Repair skill proficiency increased. Another mechanic, whose skill level was about the same as Wang Shi's, also stood at the side and looked at Han Xiao with a mesmerized expression. Wang Shi realized that Han Xiao's technique was flawless. To be more precise, his skill level was not enough to find Han Xiao's flaw. He was depressed and wanted to turn around and leave, but he could not help but stop. He could not control his desire to stay and watch Han Xiao's technique. He was conflicted. Without caring about the thoughts of others, Han Xiao was immersed in his repairs, and his experience increased rapidly. The effect of level 1 fine repair was far better than simple repair. The two skills were not on the same level. Basic weapons and machines could be repaired very quickly. If it were not for the fact that the equipment was too simple, the efficiency could be increased even more. For 3 consecutive days, other than resting, Han Xiao spent all his time fighting and repairing machines. In the 3 days, there were a total of 4 waves of enemies. There were yachts, armored vehicles, sneak attacks, and everything else. A group of enemies wearing frogman suits tried to sneak in from the river in the west, but they were discovered and killed by the snipers. The intensity of the enemy's attacks increased gradually. By the fourth wave, Han Shao could feel that the guard of the manor were starting to lose their strength. After days of continuous high-intensity battles, the accumulated fatigue exploded, and mistakes and casualties started to appear. The mercenaries' tough battle did not affect Han Shao much. He was in charge of his own small area, shooting and shooting people. He realized that there were more and more fishes that slipped through the net, and the Hornet brothers were starting to show their shortcomings. Second round completed. You have received 80,000 EXP. This is not bad. The third round is probably going to become really difficult. Han Shao woke up from his light sleep. Adding the experience from the mission and the experience from the 3 days of manufacturing and killing enemies, he had received a total of 180,000 EXP. This efficiency was acceptable. Mission requirement has changed. Third round mission: resist the next wave of attacks. Reward: 150,000 EXP. It really is 150,000 EXP, Han Shao complained. This mission requirement made him feel unusual. Chapter 109. Rumble. A thunderstorm raged. The night sky was torn apart by the dazzling lightning, and the torrential rain poured down. The rain narrowed the field of vision and greatly affected the accuracy of shooting. Weapons and equipment were prone to getting wet, so the mercenaries could only brace the storm and quickly cover the machine guns with waterproof cloths and move the ammunition into the roof sheds. The heavy rain filled the sky, and the sound of rain filled the ears. The bunker was filled with water vapor. Han Shao moved away from the window to avoid being splashed. He looked at the sky outside, raised his eyebrows, and whispered, "This kind of bad weather is an obvious flag. If the next wave of strong enemies doesn't come now, I'll immediately." Halfway through his sentence, Brother Shao hurriedly stopped himself. What a joke! How could he set up such an obvious poison healer? Virum. A series of engine sounds rang out in the rain. This time, the battle was fierce. More armored off-road vehicles drove in the heavy rain, and the dense raindrops hit the cold armor. Open fire. The mercenaries in the manor roared. The machine guns and howitzers roared. The next moment, even more ferocious firepower erupted from the enemy's fleet. A few small rockets hit the outer wall of the manor, blowing 2 machine guns and the operators into the sky. Han Shao fired while listening to Chun-Li and the black man roaring through the walkie-talkie. The enemy has rockets. Pay attention to avoid them. Machine gunners and howitzers. Beat them up. Snipers. Hurry up and shoot. Don't make me King rush you. Hurry up and do something. There are more than 20 local yachts on the river. People in the west, hurry up and stop them. Don't let them get close to the shore. CK. Helicopters. The sound of rotors came from the sky. 2Y. 5-winged snake-armed helicopters invaded from the sky. Lightning flashed in the night sky, illuminating the ferocious appearance of the helicopters. The gunners wearing goggles controlled the large-caliber, 6-barreled aviation cannon mounted on the side of the helicopter, bursting out terrifying firepower. The bullets of the autocannon were almost equivalent to mini cannonballs. Their penetrative power and destructive power were not something that a normal machine gun could compare to. Their firing speed was also very fast. With a series of crackling sounds, the bullets formed an orange line as they swept downwards. The front of the manor was not of much use. The mercenaries' casualties soared. Curses, screams, roars, rain, gunshots, engines, and the rumbling of thunder formed a symphony of war, grand and tragic, chaotic and passionate. The helicopter was the biggest threat. A portion of the machine gunners raised their guns to shoot at the aircraft. With a simple lift, the Y-5 Winged Serpent was out of the range of ordinary machine guns. Some stray bullets could not penetrate the helicopter's armor. Sniper. Kill the pilot. Chun-Li roared. We'll deal with the helicopters. As for the other snipers, don't let the ground troops attack us. The Hornet brothers in the central bunker gave the order over the communication network. Then, the two brothers started firing at the helicopter. Even though the rain was hazy, Han Xiao could clearly see the sparks from the sniper rifle on the exterior armor of the helicopter. The pilot's window was made of highly resilient bulletproof glass, so it would take at least 7 or 8 shots to penetrate it. Han Xiao suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly retracted his gun and backed away from the sniper's window. "Don't leave your post without permission," Big Beard roared when he saw this. However, before he could finish his sentence, a violent explosion interrupted him. The wall of the bunker exploded violently. Big Beard was directly sent flying by the shockwave and slammed into the wall on the other side. His arm was fractured and twisted, and he screamed in pain. 2Y. 5-winged serpents were equipped with 4 missiles used for air combat. They directly bombarded the 3 bunkers. The central bunker was focused and blasted into the sky, turning into a pile of ruins. The Hornet brothers were killed without a sound. Their flesh, blood, dust, and broken bricks were thrown out together. The 3 bunkers were blown up. The sentence above sounded a little weird. Without the threat of the snipers, the helicopters were like wild dogs in heat. They were even more rampant. The coverage of the firepower made the mercenaries not even dare to show their heads. Although Han Xiao dodged, he was still shocked by the shockwave. He did not suffer much damage, but the sky above him was exposed to the enemy's vision. He was in a very bad situation. The enemy had sea, land, and air forces. The manor was like a delicate young girl being attacked from 3 directions. He turned his head to look at the tragic situation. His eyes darkened. The mercenaries can't hold on anymore. The people outside can't hold on anymore. In the center of River Valley Manor, in the hall of the villa, 2 men looked at the battle outside the window. One of them had his hands on the windowsill. This was a bald, old man with white eyebrows and a beard. He wore black-rimmed glasses. The other man stood diagonally behind the bald, old man with his hands behind his back. He looked like a middle-aged man. His thick black hair was combed back, and only his temples were slightly white. If there was anything special about him, it would be his temperament. There was a faint smile on his face, and he looked very kind. The kind man laughed. "Looks like I have to do something." The bald, old man nodded. "After guarding for so long, it's time for Xena to get rid of the traitor in the organization. My life is in your hands, old friend." The kind man nodded. Just as he was about to walk out, he suddenly stopped and looked at the sudden change in the battle. His eyes were slightly surprised. "Seems like an interesting guy has appeared. I don't need to do anything." The bald old man was stunned for a moment and looked outside. "Are there any snipers left alive? If we don't get rid of those 2 helicopters, we will all die here." Chun-Li hid in the fortification and roared into the walkie-talkie. The 2Y-5 serpents were very rampant, relying on the fact that no one could attack them. They took a dump on the mercenaries. They even wanted to directly bomb the villa in the middle of the manor. Suddenly, a fiery red bullet pierced through the rain and accurately hit the side of one of the Y-5 serpents. The bullet cracked and burst into flames in the rain. High-explosive bullet. Boom! The orange-red high-explosive gas flame seeped through the gaps in the protective equipment and ignited the ammunition chain. The helicopter, which had been proud of itself a moment ago, exploded in an instant. The cannons and ammunition exploded one after another. Using fire alone to ignite the bullets was not very powerful, but this was a bunch of large-caliber bullets. The power was equivalent to that of a fragmentation mine. The people inside the helicopter were all killed or injured. The flying shrapnel pierced through the pilot's neck, and blood splattered on the window like a fountain. The helicopter spun and fell from the sky. The ground shook, and both sides of the battle were shaken. In the ruins of the left bunker, Han Xiao, who had just fired the shot, pulled the bolt and ejected the smoking shell. His eyes were serious and calm. At the critical moment just now, he had put a lot of experience into the sniper and directly leveled it up to level 9. That was why he was able to fire such a precise shot and hit the ammo of the machine gun from an extremely tricky angle. This shot also led to bad consequences. The other Y-5 serpent immediately focused its firepower on the left bunker. The enemy's ground forces knew very well that the helicopter was their biggest trump card, so they cooperated and focused their firepower. The terrifying wave of bullets shattered the rain and exploded on the left bunker. Big Beard's face was pale. He thought he was going to be blown to death. With his two short legs, how could he be faster than the cannonballs? Just as he was in despair, he suddenly felt a big hand grab him by the back of his collar. A strong force pulled him up and left at lightning speed. The next moment, the entire left bunker was blown into ruins. If he was a second slower, Big Beard would have turned into a pile of minced meat. After escaping from danger, Big Beard found that the back of his collar was released and fell to the ground. He quickly looked back at the person who saved him. In the heavy rain, Han Xiao, dressed in black, jumped into his sight. Big Beard did not have time to thank Han Xiao for saving his life. He said in shock, "How did you run so fast?" "Because I am as free as the wind." Big Beard was dumbfounded. "What the F***ck are you talking about?" After Han Xiao finished talking casually, he slammed his feet on the ground. The soles of the electromagnetic levitation shoes lit up with a faint electric blue light, and the magnetic force erupted. He slid out like ice skating, faster than a car. In a few seconds, he stepped on the outer wall of the manor. In the shocked eyes of the mercenaries, he was like a black lightning, moving left and right on the wall. He could not be locked on at all, and the enemy's firepower was all dodged by him. "Eat my shadow," shifting technique. Han Xiao sniped while moving at high speed. The shooting range here was several times wider than that of the left bunker. He had just leveled up to level 9, so he could control the whole situation. The electromagnetic levitation shoes provided very stable movement ability, and it did not need to be difficult to control. The difficulty was about the same as the electric pulley, so the high-speed movement did not have much impact on his accuracy. High-explosive bullets, shuttle-type penetrating bullets, HAIM bullets, and light-stun bullets were fired one after another. These 4 types of bullets always appeared at the most needed places. One of the vehicles was about to fire a grenade at a machine gun position in the manor when a light stun bullet appeared at the most opportune moment. The strong light from the explosion caused the enemy to miss. You are currently sniping on the move. You have learned some moving sniping techniques. 1 out of 100. You've learned a new skill? Han Zhao's eyes lit up. This was a new skill that could only be activated when one was above level 8. He fired a few more shots and realized that hitting a target equated to 1 point of progress. Instantly, he became even more excited. With the help of the electromagnetic levitation shoes, he managed to avoid most of the attacks. However, the enemy was aware of his ability as a sniper to control the situation. If they did not kill him, it would be difficult for them to move forward. Therefore, Han Xiao felt the enthusiasm of the enemy. Once again, he was focused on, and the pressure increased sharply. He was often hit by stray bullets and had to summon the magnetic retractable armor to protect his body. The last Y-5 serpent swayed left and right to prevent Han Xiao from sniping its vital parts. The cannons kept firing, and it did cause quite a lot of trouble for Han Xiao. Even with the magnetic retractable armor, it was very uncomfortable to take a few shots. The most disgusting thing was that the cannons had a knockback effect. The kinetic energy would push him away, and he had already missed a few shots. The armor on his chest took 3 more shots from the cannons. Han Zhao's chest tightened, and he was pushed a few meters away. He almost fell off the wall, but the damage was not much. He now had more than 2,000 HP, and together with the magnetic retractable armor, he was very tanky. At this time, the mercenaries in the manor started to counterattack and took the initiative to cooperate with Han Xiao. Chapter 110. Someone once said that a glance in the previous life was an ill-fated relationship in this life. If this sentence was true, Han Xiao felt that he would be an idiot in his next life. All the enemies that he shot would stare at him with eyes full of anger and hatred before they died. At the most critical moment, Han Xiao stabilized the situation with his amazing sniping skills. giving the mercenaries a chance to catch their breath. The other surviving snipers also found a more secluded spot and gradually turned the situation around. You are currently sniping while moving. You have learned some moving sniping skills. 100 out of 100. You have learned moving sniping. Moving sniping LVL 1, 0/4500 reduce shooting accuracy loss while moving, plus 2% critical hit rate, plus 1% fire speed when equipped with sniper-type firearms. Han Xiao saw that moving sniping did not have much experience to level up, so he immediately threw in the experience points and leveled it up to LVL 4. His control of the sniper rifle was now much smoother. The attacking enemies were already showing signs of fatigue. They originally wanted to blow a hole in the manor's outer wall with a bomb and then drive into the manor. However, the manor's outer wall was extremely thick with steel plates and concrete, and the maintenance workers were constantly repairing it, so it was impossible to blow a hole in the manor. Later, when they wanted to break through the manor's defense force, they were once again attacked by Han Xiao. The enemy deeply realized that this attack was not going to work, so they began to retreat, leaving behind wreckage and corpses. The five-winged serpent turned around and flew away. This helicopter did not dare to fly at low altitude in fear of being hit by Han Xiao's bullet and being restrained by Han Xiao. The threat was greatly reduced. It's finally over. Han Xiao exhaled. His HP had dropped by about 600 points, and the durability of the magnetic armor had decreased a lot. He was slightly injured, but he had brought spare parts, so he could repair them. The nearby mercenaries were all exhausted and lying on the ground. Chun-Li walked over from afar and looked at Han Xiao in bewilderment. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Black, are you okay?" Han Xiao waved his hand, indicating that he was okay. Chun-Li heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly shocked. He never thought that this scorpion-level assassin would be more reliable than the Poisonbee brothers. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had turned the tide by taking on the concentrated fire head-on and sniping the enemy. With such strength, how could he only be at scorpion level? Chun-Li reckoned that Mr. Black was a newcomer who had just joined the Darknet and had yet to be promoted. Based on his performance in this battle, as long as he did not die, he would definitely reach the ghost level in the future. The third round is complete. You have gained 150,000 EXP. Mission requirements changed. Fourth mission. Repel 5 waves of attacks. Reward 40,000 EXP for every wave you repel. You will still gain accumulated EXP even if you fail the mission. Special reward 100,000 EXP. Han Xiao was helpless. Defense mission again? Can't you change it up a little? 3 bunkers were blown up, and many mercenaries died. The defense of the manor has decreased. Is this an endless mode tower defense mission? The EXP is not bad, and there's even a special reward. So, there's a hidden requirement. What are they up to now? Han Xiao went to the logistics area to repair his equipment and replenish his ammo. Along the way, he was looked at by the mercenaries. His previous performance had won the respect of these mercenaries and assassins. No one said anything, and they all tacitly allowed him to replace the Poisonbee brothers and lead all the snipers. Those who were injured were treated, and those who were not went to sleep. The night passed smoothly. The rain stopped at dawn. The ground was muddy, and a mixture of blood and shrapnel gave off a strange pungent smell. Han Xiao was taking a nap with his eyes closed when a commotion suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. The protection target has appeared. Han Xiao immediately opened his eyes and looked at the villa. The bald old man and the kind-hearted man appeared behind the railings of the villa. All the mercenaries were alarmed and gathered around, curiously looking at the protection target who had finally appeared. When all the mercenaries and assassins arrived, the bald old man said, "Thank you for your protection these past few days. I want to talk to those whose names are called." The bald old man read out a list of names. They were all the leaders of the mercenaries and the assassins with outstanding performances. Han Zhao's codename, Mr. Black, was also called out. "These people, please come into the villa in 10 minutes. I have something to discuss with you." Mission failure condition changed. Han Xiao took a look. The restriction that prevented him from entering the villa disappeared. The appearance of these two people triggered a curious discussion among the mercenaries. Han Zhao's heart was in turmoil. He recognized one of them. It's him, Bennett Anderson. To describe Bennett, there was no need for fancy adjectives. One sentence was enough. He was one of the main characters of this planet. Awesome, right? There was something even more awesome. Bennett was the core character of another main storyline in Blue Star. Only through him could Han Xiao accept the main storyline mission. In other words, this guy would be the thigh that countless players would want to hug in the future. Furthermore, Bennett was also a hidden general skills instructor. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. In just 10 minutes, he made a call to the Rothschild family. Alfonso, I hope to exchange for some items, Aren't you carrying out a recruitment mission? What do you need? Silver Guardian Hidden Sword. Lock HOC Sniper Rifle. All right, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. I'll get someone to collect them for you. I'll send them over in 2 days. You have exchanged 4 Silver Guardian Hidden Sword from the Rothschild family. Favorability decreased by 300. Current relationship. Friendly, you have exchanged 4 Lock HOC Sniper Rifle from the Rothschild family. Favorability decreased by 200. Current relationship. Friendly Han Xiao nodded and hung up the phone. Under the gazes of the other mercenaries, he walked into the villa with the people whose names were called. The interior of the villa was simple and classic. Other than the luxurious chandelier on the ceiling, the rest of the place was not luxurious at all. The bald old man sat on the sofa, and the kind man stood behind him. Sit anywhere. Everyone sat on the sofa and chairs in the hall, but Han Xiao did not sit down. He leaned against the glass wine cabinet in the corner and stared at the kind man. This guy was Bennett. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually more than 60 years old. The more powerful a super was, the slower they would age. The bald old man pushed his black-rimmed glasses and said slowly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Yuan. I still need you guys to protect me for a while. The reason I called you here today is to meet you guys and inform you that this villa will be open to you. If you want, you can stay here and rest." Wang Yuan never heard of this name. Everyone looked at each other. They were very curious as to why they had been staying in River Valley Manor for so long. Logically speaking, the best choice would have been to seek refuge in Seagull City. Seeing that Wang Yuan did not take the initiative to explain, they knew that they would not get an answer even if they asked. They only asked about the mission and not the reason because of the nature of their profession. You guys are the backbone of the defense of the manor. Once the mission is completed, I will privately give you guys an additional reward, Wang Yuan said calmly. The eyes of many of the mercenaries lit up. The public reward for the mission would be distributed to the subordinates, but the additional reward that Wang Yuan mentioned would go straight into their pockets. This meeting was very short. The mercenaries all went back to their subordinates and moved some ammo into the villa. The villa was very big, and there were many empty rooms for some of them to rest. Very soon, the villa was bustling with activity, and people were coming and going. Wang Yuan and Bennett watched from the side for a while before preparing to leave. Han Xiao quickly caught up with them. "Mr. Black, what's the matter?" Wang Yuan smiled. He remembered the outstanding performance of this sniper last night and had a deep impression of him. Han Xiao looked at Bennett and said, "I want to talk to him alone." Wang Yuan and Bennett were both surprised. They looked at each other, and Wang Yuan smiled and walked away, leaving the two of them alone. "Why are you looking for me?" Bennett was confused. "Have we met before?" Han Xiao took a deep breath and said slowly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Bennett Anderson, a legendary figure who was active during the Old Era War. He was trained in the Miss Horty training camp and belonged to the Ordina intelligence agency. He was an ace-level agent and a cold-blooded killing machine. During the middle of the war, he became the leader of the most elite team in Ordina. His nickname was Demon Blue. He carried out hundreds of infiltration, sabotage, assassination, and infiltration operations. Later, he left Ordina and became a traitor. A few decades ago, his bounty was as high as 15 million. Then you disappeared for 2 years. Legend has it that you were traveling in the extreme plains of the northern continent, hunting wild beasts in the Corozo Mountains. When you reappeared, you were already one of the strongest humans on this planet. You started to intervene in the war and didn't help any country. Instead, you helped the civilians who were affected by the war to escape. Gradually, you formed a huge force, which was said to be the predecessor of the Darknet. You appeared in the center of the war again and again. As you saved more and more people, the people of that era started to call you a hero. At the same time, you also created countless shocking achievements. As the dust of the war settled, you left the world stage and disappeared. You never appeared in the public eye again. This long paragraph was the background of Bennett's character given by the officials. Some of the details were forgotten, so Han Xiao only gave a general description. Every planet had a few protagonist-like characters. They were like meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving behind resplendent traces of that era, leaving behind a thick and colorful stroke in the history of the planet. Bennett was one of the protagonists of Blue Star. Even Hela at this time couldn't be compared to Bennett. The rise of the goddess of death had to wait until later versions. After listening to Han Zhao's long paragraph, Bennett was shocked. This was the only person in the manor who recognized his identity. After a few decades, there was still someone who could recognize his appearance. Back then, he was like a block of ice, and now he was like a completely different person. He had changed a lot, so how could he still be recognized? Chapter 111. I admire your head. Although Han Xiao really wanted to say that, it was not fun to offend Bennett. He still wanted to squeeze some benefits out of Bennett. Be serious. Be serious. Han Xiao coughed. I've heard of your deeds and have always wanted to meet you. Bennett smiled kindly and waved his hand. Let's not talk about the past. Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you're here to ask for my autograph. Han Zhao's eyes twitched. Uncle Policeman, this is the person who's acting cool. After taking a deep breath, Han Xiao put on a serious face and said, I heard that you're one of the strongest humans on this planet. Bennett's eyes flashed. He was too familiar with this kind of opening. Could it be another person who came to challenge him? War created strong people with blood and fire. Bennett obtained this glory with his valiant battle record. There were many strong people who came to challenge him, but Bennett had long been tired of meaningless battles and consecutive victories. This time, he appeared here to protect his old friend Wang Yuan. He did not let the traitors of the organization who hired him know, otherwise the enemy would not have dared to make a move. It was precisely because the traitors in the organization thought that Wang Yuan's defense was weak that the bait plan could be carried out. Bennett shook his head. If Han Xiao wanted to challenge him, he would definitely not agree. Furthermore, with Han Zhao's strength, he did not think that there was any value in fighting him. However, Han Xiao said, I want to learn some combat skills from you. Bennett was very surprised. He had a strange expression. You want to learn my combat skills? Han Xiao nodded. Interesting. This is the first person who wants to learn from me. Bennett thought about it and shook his head. You're sniper. You won't be able to learn my combat skills. So it was this. This was Bennett's standard excuse. As long as the prerequisite was not met, he would always use this excuse. You're a mechanic. You won't be able to learn my combat skills. You're a pugilist. You won't be able to learn. You're an esper. You won't be able to learn. Han Xiao naturally would not be fooled. Bennett was a hidden skill instructor. The prerequisite to learning a skill was to give him some special gifts. There was once a player who wanted to give him a gift to gain favorability, but they accidentally fulfilled the prerequisite to learn a skill. Different gifts would allow one to learn different skills. The two items that Han Xiao had obtained from Rothschild were meant to be used as gifts. Han Xiao talked to Bennett for a while before leaving. Bennett followed Wang Yuan, who was waiting not far away. Wang Yuan asked curiously, Why is he looking for you? He knows me and wants to learn my combat skills. What a strange person. Wang Yuan stroked his beard and said, But his strength is not bad. He's a new assassin who just joined the organization's Blood Pact Society. His origin is very mysterious, and his code name is Mr. Black. He's worth roping in. After this operation, I'll get Xena to raise his assassin authority to dark rank. The mercenaries were tidying up the rooms in the villa. Chun-Li took the initiative to find Han Xiao and handed him a set of keys. Han Xiao did not reach out to take it. He stared at Chun-Li with a strange expression and said word by word, "Don't tell me this is your room key. I don't have that kind of hobby." The veins on Chun-Li's forehead throbbed. "You make it sound like I have one." Chun-Li coughed and explained, "This is one of the best single rooms in the villa. I specially left one for you." Han Xiao was enlightened. He took the key and understood what was going on. He asked, "Who did you give the keys to the other single rooms?" "Volcano, Moonlight, Hunter, and a few mercenary leaders." The people that Chun-Li mentioned were all the strong people or leaders of the villa's guards. Being assigned a single room was the privilege of the strong. The other normal mercenaries and assassins could only sleep on the floor or in the living room. In the battle last night, Han Xiao had replaced the dead Hornet brothers and became the core sniper. His performance had won the respect of all the mercenaries. Therefore, Chun-Li took the initiative to give him the room key. With strength, one would have special privileges. He gladly accepted it. Han Xiao's room was on the second floor of the villa with a balcony. Coming to the corridor on the second floor, the other strong people all stayed on this floor. They looked at each other, nodded as a greeting, and entered their own rooms. Han Xiao had a deep impression of Hunter. This guy was a mechanic cannon master. His weapons were two very familiar hand cannons. It was said that they could use the recoil to stay in the air. Since Bennett is here, this mission has to be completed no matter what. As long as I can connect with him, I can be the first to come into contact with the main storyline of the Sanctuary, gain the favor of the Darknet, and share their huge intelligence network. There are many other benefits. The benefits of having a good relationship with the main character of a planet were self-evident. Han Xiao rubbed the stubble on his chin with his finger. His eyes sparkled. Over the next 2 days, the enemy continued to attack every night. They were like maniacs who could not satisfy their desires, constantly stretching their evil hands toward the manor. Han Xiao took over the role of the Hornet brothers. Now, he was in charge of controlling the battlefield with his powerful sniping. His accuracy was one of the reasons, but more of his outstanding performance came from Han Xiao's keen battle sense. He had once dominated space battles. The density of the cannon fire then was like the difference between the red and white thunder fighters. They were not on the same level. In the chaotic space of space battles, one mistake could lead to the destruction of the plane and the death of the people. Every mistake would be magnified infinitely. Han Xiao had long developed the keen sense of finding opportunities in the gaps. This was the sign of an expert. Although he was shameless, he was really an expert. Facing such a small-scale, low-tech ground battle, he was very handy. His sniper bullets would always appear where he was needed the most. With Han Xiao's support, the casualty rate of the mercenaries was reduced by a lot. They were amazed by this. In the past, the Hornet brothers were more inclined to kill the enemy and rarely took care of other battlefields. However, Mr. Black's sniping style was very comprehensive. He ensured that he could kill the enemy and also take time to defend. He was almost responsible for the entire southeast and northeast battlefields. Reliable and steady. This was the impression that all the manor guards had of Han Xiao. Han Xiao's sniping ability made them feel that the battle was much easier. The threat of a sniper who could control the battlefield was self-evident. Naturally, he attracted countless focus fire. However, Han Xiao relied on his skateboard shoes to dodge the attacks. Moreover, the low-level strength and life model made him very durable. He had double the HP of a normal mechanic at this level. Even some of the espers and pugilists who were above LV40 might not have more HP than him. Therefore, Han Xiao did not need to be afraid like other snipers. Anyway, it was the first time that the mercenaries saw a sniper who dared to face a large group of enemies head-on while facing machine gun fire. It broke their impression that snipers were all sneaky. After 2 days of battle, the mercenaries' attitude toward Han Xiao became more and more respectful. There were always deaths in battles. During this period, new mercenaries and assassins were called in to replenish the fresh blood. Golden Fox was one of the dark assassins. As soon as she entered the manor, someone went to greet her. Golden Fox was a tall and graceful woman. She had a sniper rifle on her back. She asked seriously, "What's the situation here?" The mercenary who led the way glanced at Golden Fox's perky butt. His eyes flashed with lust. Golden Fox had long been used to this stinky man's greedy eyes. She pretended not to see it. The situation is not bad. The enemy's attacks are getting more and more frequent. However, our defense is very stable. All kinds of ammunition, guns, and supplies are changed every day. There are many new people joining us. Mr. Black is in charge of the defense line in the east, south, and north. There won't be any problems. The mercenary chuckled. Mr. Black? Golden Fox was sure that she had never heard of this code name. She asked curiously, "Who is he?" Mr. Black is a scorpion-level assassin. His sniping skills are amazing. Only scorpion level. Golden Fox felt that this was a little unreliable. She frowned and said with a doubtful tone, "Isn't it too hasty to let a scorpion-level assassin take charge of the situation?" After saying that, the Golden Fox was shocked to find that the perverted eyes of the mercenary who was leading the way had turned cold and indifferent. He stopped in his tracks and pointed in the direction that they were heading in. He then turned around and left without saying a single word. Golden Fox was stunned. She was just a little doubtful. This reaction was a little too big. That Mr. Black was so prestigious? When the enemy attacked at night, Golden Fox finally saw Mr. Black's ability to control the situation. She was shocked. It was as if he had the legendary eagle vision. He could observe every corner of the battlefield. Almost all of his shots missed. Even if he did not cause any damage, he would have other functions such as restraining, providing support, and so on. Golden Fox realized that she had nothing to do on the battlefield. Mr. Black had taken care of everything that needed to be done. This shocked her more than the number of people that Mr. Black had killed. Only a sniper like her could understand how much Mr. Black had done. He could make the other snipers have nothing to do. It was equivalent to one person taking care of a sniper team. She finally understood why those mercenaries would let a scorpion-level assassin take charge of the situation. "This is the strongest sniper I've ever met. You have defeated a wave of attackers." 3/5. Looking at the enemies retreating again, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. This is the third wave of enemies. They are getting stronger and stronger. However, there are more guards in the manor. With me around, as long as there are no strong enemies, I should be able to complete the fourth part of the mission. But what is the requirement of this hidden reward? As for this hidden requirement, Han Xiao had no clue at all. The next morning, Chun-Li contacted Han Xiao through the walkie-talkie. "Mr. Black, someone claims to be the messenger of the Rothschild family. He's looking for you." Han Xiao immediately got up from his bed and walked to the manor's entrance. He took 2 items from the courier. No, the messenger of the Rothschild family. They were the Silver Guardian Hidden Blade and the Lock HOC sniper rifle. These 2 items were products from decades ago. They had been discontinued long ago. The country that made them had also perished. They were now considered antiques. Bennett liked to collect antique weapons that were out of print. These 2 items were the prerequisites to trigger the skill learning. There were more than a dozen items that could trigger the skill learning event. Different types of gifts would result in different skills being learned. The total number of these items was limited. This meant that the number of players who could learn skills from Bennett was also limited. Hidden skill instructors were basically like this. They would only teach rare skills to a small number of people. For example, there were only slightly more than 100 Silver Guardian Hidden Blade left in the world. They could be used to learn an extremely powerful attack skill, Flaming Will. In the later stages of version 1.0, a single Silver Guardian Hidden Blade was sold for millions of dollars. However, Han Xiao had gotten it first. He only spent a few favorability points to get it. Chapter 112. After getting the item, Han Xiao immediately went to find Bennett. Ever since the mercenaries and assassins moved into the villa, Bennett and Wang Yuan often appeared, so everyone knew that they lived on the top floor. The brown-glazed wooden stairs of the villa had a calming fragrance. Han Xiao walked up to the third floor and knocked on Bennett's door. Said, "Anywhere you like." Bennett was holding a cup of green medicinal tea. After opening the door, he sat on the sofa and looked at Han Xiao with a smile. He had a good impression of Han Xiao, who was the first to recognize him. So he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "All right, let's not talk first. I made a pot of medicinal tea. Do you want to try?" He said as he waved the cup in his hand. The medicinal tea in the cup was so thick that it almost couldn't dissolve. It was a thick green color, and there were strange bubbles rolling around. Han Xiao pursed his lips. He couldn't resist the urge to complain. He pointed at the medicinal tea and said weakly, "Then, what's the price?" Bennett's face was full of confusion. He didn't understand what he was saying. Han Xiao coughed and pulled the topic back on track. "I want to learn some combat skills from you." Bennett didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't I already reject?" "Yeah, this is the Silver Warden's hidden blade?" The Silver Warden's hidden blade was made in a country that had already perished. That country's cold weapon manufacturing skills had been passed down for hundreds of years. Every finished product was exquisite. There were only 100 or so of this type of hidden blade left in the world. The spine of the blade was engraved with tadpole-like inscriptions. Each blade was unique, and when the inscriptions were connected together, it was a long poem from a perished country. It was very classic. Bennett stared at the hidden blade. His eyes revealed his fondness, but he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he looked at Han Xiao and said in surprise, "You want to give it to me? How did you know that I like to collect antique weapons? You really are my admirer." Han Xiao was speechless. His actions were indeed very ambiguous, and there was no way to explain it. He thought to himself, as long as I can learn the skill, it's fine if it's a misunderstanding. Who knows, I might even be able to get closer. After receiving the Silver Warden's hidden blade, Bennett couldn't bear to put it down. However, he felt a little troubled. Han Xiao had given him a gift that was very much to his liking. Furthermore, he seemed to be a hardcore fan. "Han Xiao, as long as you're happy." He felt bad about rejecting Han Xiao's request. "Then promise him." Bennett thought for a moment, raised his head, and said to Han Xiao with a smile, "I'm willing." Han Xiao had goosebumps all over his body. He hurriedly took a step back and put his hands in front of his body. His eyes were vigilant and ready for battle. "What are you thinking?" "I said I'm willing to teach you some techniques." Bennett facepalmed. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief and pretended to be angry. "Can you finish your words?" "You should clean up the garbage in your brain." Bennett didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head, thought for a while, and decided on which skill to teach. "When I was still weak in my early years, I explored a lot of combat techniques on my own. One of them allowed me to counterattack many times. I named it Flaming Will. The brain is a limiter that protects the human body. If this limiter is removed, an ordinary person without any training can also burst out with extraordinary strength. However, the sequelae are very serious. During a dangerous situation, I coincidentally removed the limiter. After exploring, I found a way to temporarily remove the limiter in battle without harming the body." Bennett started to explain the principle and carefully guided Han Xiao on the essentials. "Bennett Anderson, LV60, has taught you Flaming Will. Your INT is over 100, and you have met the learning requirement. Current learning progress is 3%. The teaching lasted from morning to afternoon. With the pleasant notification sound from the interface, Han Xiao finally understood this ability. Flaming Will LV1, General Skill. Remark: when Bennett Anderson was young, he was once training in the Arctic plains of the northern continent. He was surrounded by 7 northern leopard bears. A northern leopard bear size is comparable to a small tank. Believe me, no one wants to hear their roars. It usually means that they have been targeted by this group of predators in the Arctic plains. Their thick and tough skin and muscles are so thick that even submachine guns can't penetrate them. At that time, Bennett only had a dagger with him. He didn't even have a hot weapon. In a life-threatening situation, Bennett learned this skill. He used a simple iron dagger to create a lethality comparable to a high-frequency chopper. This skill has both active and passive effects. Active cooldown time, 10 minutes passive effect. When HP is lower than 20%, this skill will be activated once. Passive cooldown time, 30 minutes, does not overlap with the active cooldown, is calculated separately. Remark: the damage increase is based on the basic attack bonus, which is equivalent to the theoretical damage value. After stacking, the damage reduction will be calculated. Awesome! Han Xiao was secretly excited. He had been jealous of this skill for a long time in his previous life. He did not expect that his dream would come true today. Players had another name for Flaming Will. Mini-universe explosion. This was a general skill that could be learned by any class. However, the first condition was that one had to have over 100 INT. Secondly, there were only 100 or so Silver Guardian Hidden Blade in the world. In other words, only 100 or so people in the Blue Star could learn this skill. Han Xiao had taken up a position. Flaming Will was a perfect match for his sniping ability. The probability of the damage increase was dependent on intelligence and luck. One of these two attributes was strong and the other was weak. If they were neutralized, it would probably become normal. With Flaming Will activated, he would be able to deal at least 3 to 1, 5 times the damage. If he added in critical hits, sneak attacks, and back sniping, he would be able to fully display the characteristics of a sniper rifle. If he used Lucky Burst to trigger a 3 or even 5 times increase in damage, the damage would definitely be incomprehensible. In his previous life, Han Xiao had met a player with Flaming Will who had destroyed all of his shields with one shot. This ability had longer cooldown time and was suitable for the critical hit style, where one shot would determine the outcome. There was a branch of the sniper style called Sneak Attack. Cough cough, it was called Sneak Attack Hidden Sniper Style. The other lock, HOC Sniper Rifle, could trigger a subclass mission. That class happened to lean towards stealth and concealment, which formed Han Xiao's idea. This was the idea that popped up in his head when he saw Bennett. Han Xiao was not going to trigger it now. That was a subclass mission. He felt that he had to complete the Manor Guard mission first before he had the time. Seeing how excited Han Xiao was, Bennett was puzzled. "You've learned it quickly." Han Xiao smiled. Bennett was surprised and took a few steps back. "Punch me and see if you've really learned it." Hearing this, Han Xiao, who had been looking forward to this segment, immediately punched him. "You have used Flaming Will. Determining authentication complete. Your next attack will deal 136% of the base damage." The fist hit Bennett's left cheek. Han Xiao felt like he had hit an indestructible wall that was harder than steel. A bright -1 damage popped up above Bennett's head. "You have entered battle mode. Based on your level, you can receive the following information. Bennett Anderson level, 60 profession, attribute, health points, status, hidden injury, all attributes weakened, energy rank, grade, D+C, ability, lucky aura. Everything comes true, danger surrounded legendary battle technique. Every 12 attacks, there's a 40 to 70% chance of adding a true damage. This chance is affected by luck. Remaining unknown. Chapter 113. Bennett touched his cheek that was punched and said helplessly, "Don't hit my face." "Are you satisfied?" Han Xiao silently glanced at Bennett's lower body. Bennett suddenly felt as if a cold wind blew between his legs. He shivered and wondered, "Am I hallucinating?" Most of Bennett's data was unknown, but Han Xiao knew that Bennett had more than 15 talents, and a few of them were molding talents. The scariest talent was not those that added attributes, attack, or HP, but the lucky aura. The description was ambiguous, but it could be immediately known how terrifying it was. Protagonist aura. The universe was extremely vast, and different planets and civilizations would give birth to one in a million heroes and epics. Having the lucky aura was the standard template of a protagonist. For example, if Bennett used Flaming Will, he would receive the highest number of bonuses every time. This was the ability of the lucky aura. But he's actually in a state of internal injury now. He should be able to recover in the future. Han Xiao remembered that when Bennett first appeared in front of the players, he was full of energy. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Bennett was Grade C at his peak, and now he was Grade D+. Grade C's standard energy rank was 2,000, and Grade D+ meant that one's combat power was at least 1,600, which was still very strong. Han Zhao's current combat power was stuck at around 800 Grade D, and with the bonus of his equipment, he officially reached Grade D. Grade could not fully reflect combat power. After all, different abilities had their advantages and disadvantages in various environments. However, as long as one's energy rank was high, it meant that one was at least very good at a certain aspect. After bidding farewell to Bennett, Han Xiao returned to his sniping post. Suddenly, he felt something and turned around. A female sniper was staring at him. Han Xiao had an impression of this woman. She seemed to be called Golden Fox, a newcomer who had just arrived the day before yesterday. Han Xiao touched his face and confirmed that he was wearing the facial simulator. He was puzzled. This doesn't make sense. Could it be that she was attracted by my handsomeness through the mask? Golden Fox moved closer to Black Panther with a charming smile on her face. She smiled and asked, "Mr. Black, I wonder if you have the time to teach me sniping techniques." As she spoke, the Golden Fox intentionally or unintentionally squeezed her breast with the inner side of her arm, squeezing out a deep curve of her chest. Is she trying to seduce me? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. No matter what the Golden Fox was up to, he was not going to fall for it. He raised his hand in front of him and said seriously, "Miss, please behave yourself." The Golden Fox's eyes flashed. She realized that Mr. Hay had a high resistance to lust, so she immediately changed her expression. She put away her charm and put on a pitiful look. Her expression changed faster than a Sichuan opera. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said weakly, I just want to ask for your advice. I don't mean anything else." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Little girl, don't waste your energy. I don't like women." The Golden Fox's face froze. She looked at Han Xiao in shock and stuttered, "Could it be that you—" "No, I don't like men either." Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said, "Actually, I'm not even interested in humans. Living things are boring." The Golden Fox was shocked. She lowered her head in panic and said, I'm sorry." She then turned around and ran without hesitation. Han Xiao chuckled. "You want to use a honey trap on me? You're too inexperienced. Back in the day, I was also an impressive young man. I was just a fleeting beauty." After laughing to himself for a while, Han Xiao suddenly stopped. He let out a long sigh, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and started smoking. At this time, a car approached the manor. Han Xiao looked out and was shocked. The car was completely black. There was an emblem on the door of the car. It was a dragon circling 3 stars. It was the car of Division 13. Why are the people from Division 13 here? The mercenaries guarding the gate received Wang Yuan's instructions and opened the gate, allowing Division 13 to drive the car into the manor. Her legs, which were wrapped in a tight combat uniform, stepped out of the car. She was petite but had a beautiful curve. She attracted the attention of many mercenaries. The first person to step out of the car was Han Zhao's acquaintance, Disu Su. At this time, Disu Su had an indifferent look on her face. Her team members were following behind her. The group of boorish mercenaries around them whistled at her and sized up Disu Su's figure without any scruples. A middle-aged man with wrinkles at the corner of his eyes walked out of the car. Disu Su and the rest of the agents followed him and walked into the villa. Disu Su suddenly felt a prickling sensation in her back, and a chill gushed out from her heart. She knew that she was being targeted by an extremely dangerous person. She immediately turned around and saw a middle-aged man in black, holding a sniper rifle leaning against the wall, staring at her. His gaze was calm, but it made her involuntarily tense up. She felt a chill in her heart, and she felt a sense of danger. Is this person? Disu Su suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. However, she did not have time to think about it. She walked into the villa and closed the door. Beside the wall, Han Xiao looked at the backs of the agents from Division 13. The agents from Division 13 went straight to the top floor of the villa. Wang Yuan and Bennett were waiting there. Wang Yuan, long time no see. The leader of Division 13 spoke. His face was expressionless, but his tone was as if he was meeting an old friend. Mo ran. Wang Yuan nodded. It has been at least 10 years. You are one of the trump cards of Division 13, and I am the leader of the Darknet. If not for this incident, we might not have the chance to meet again. Yes. Mo Ran nodded. He saw Bennett beside him. Although his face was still expressionless, his tone was surprised. You are here too? Bennett said unhappily. Do you still want to challenge me? I have no interest in winning against you again. Humph, let's not talk about the past. Mo Ran stopped this topic. Bennett? Di Su Su and the rest were shocked. Bennett's name was well known in all intelligence agencies. Not only was he a hero during the war, but he was also one of the top 3 most dangerous targets because of his strong personal strength. Di Su Su could not help but feel nervous. Mo Ran frowned and asked, There have been battles here for more than 10 days. Although it is outside the city, it has caused a bad influence. The sound of gunfire is too obvious. What are you guys doing? Wang Yuan shook his head. We, the elders of the Darknet, have always insisted on being neutral. However, power and influence are accompanied by greed. Some of the ambitious higher-ups see us, the stubborn leaders, as obstacles in their way. They are eyeing our positions and want to replace us to control this huge force. These attackers were hired by the traitors. Xena is tracking these traitors through clues. Most of them have been eliminated. The traitors will make their final counterattack in the next 2 days. Then come to Seagull City in 2 days. We will catch up, Mo Ran said. With Bennett around, he was not worried about Wang Yuan's safety. After they finished talking, Mo Ran turned around and left. Di Su Su and the rest followed behind him. The Secret Service Operations Department was the most powerful individual force in Division 13, but they were not the best. There was a small group of people who were the secret weapons of the country. They were usually in charge of guarding the branches and taking charge of the overall situation. They were rarely seen and were known as aces. Mo Ran was such a person. Every country had such people. Now is such an eventful time. Di Su Su sighed. It seemed that Star Dragon had been involved in a whirlpool since 3 months ago. First, it was the Germinal organization base hidden in the territory. Then it was the expedition to Dark Crow Valley. The source of the information was very mysterious. Furthermore, the Germinal organization's response was very strange. The spies seemed to be looking for someone. After the Dark Crow Valley operation, the spies of the Germinal organization became even more fearless. It was as if they did not care about being exposed. They searched crazily throughout Star Dragon. The situation in the West Capital was the worst. They had already captured hundreds of spies of the Germinal organization under the Wind Eye, but they were all peripheral members. They could not get any valuable information from the interrogation. Ever since Han Xiao disappeared, Division 13 had sent out a large number of agents to search for him, but to no avail. All the surveillance cameras, flight records, and entry and exit records could not find any clues. Even the agents sent to search the wilderness could not find any clues. This result was unbelievable to the higher-ups of Division 13. Han Xiao seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Where did he go? Where could he have gone? What was he going to do? Di Su Su had spent some time with Han Xiao before. In her eyes, Han Xiao was a mysterious person who was shrouded in mystery. She was also very curious about Han Xiao's whereabouts. Walking out of the villa, Di Su Su subconsciously looked at the man in black who made her feel threatened. However, he was already gone. The people of Division 13 got into the car and left the villa. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.